Have you been here before?
What time is it? Your watch has a luminous dial.
It's almost 10. But Jeffrey, tell me. I'm strangely frightened. Why have you come here? Your eyes keep turning. Whom are you looking for? Jeffrey, please tell me.
Soon he'll be here.
He? Whom are you talking about?
The man I'm going to kill.
The man you're going to kill? You said that before, that night at Government House. I thought you were joking. Somehow I don't anymore.
He'll come over the rise, and he'll stand there where the water's darkest, and I'll kill him.
Jeffrey, please tell me.
Tell you? Yes. I was here before. 10 years ago tonight. With her.
Her?
Deborah. I'll tell you of her.
Deborah Cowie. I like my new name, Jeff.
We were on our honeymoon. I'd loved her for a very long time. And at last she said she loved me, and we'd married.
A married woman, me. I think I like that.
She was very, very young. I was, too. That was part of our coming here to Africa.
Let's go far away for our honeymoon, Jeff. Someplace weird, romantic, exciting. I mean, as far away as Africa.
We came here, and when we got here, he was here. Debbie didn't know him, nor did I, but he joined us on our first hunt.
I guess I'm finding out I'm just a savage, Jeff. I want to hunt those beasts. Rhino, lion. Let's hunt a lion first, Jeff.
It was the way I said. He joined us then, and he didn't leave us. A great hunter, he said he was, but I quickly knew him for what he was. A cheat, a liar, a fumbling coward.
Hunt the lion at this water hole at night. How thrilling, Jeff.
I should have driven him out, broken camp and taken Debbie and gone away quickly. I didn't speak. I stayed. And he with us.
No gun for me. I'll just be the excited spectator. That's quite enough for me.
And little Deborah didn't see him as he was. She listened to him. Believed his quick tongue, trusted him.
Jeff, of course we'll do it. Why shouldn't we? What a thing to remember when we're very old.
And so on a night like this, she and I and he waited here by the water hole. The native chief said the lion would come, and so we waited.
Oh, Jeff, I'll never forget this night.
My bride. Her face so young, so vibrant in the moonlight. And he and I, we waited. The air was still as if the night were waiting too. For a long time, nothing. She and I and he waiting. And then...
I think I hear something, Jeff.
Yes, I heard it too. Soft, slow. A pad of great paws moving slowly.
Jeff, it's coming.
She and I, and he, and the lion.
Toward us.
Closer and closer.
Oh, Jeff.
And then, suddenly, behind a cloud, the moon was gone.
Jeff,
she said. Jeff. A little breath. I heard her. And I was lost, for it was coming. The lion, swift as death. Shoot, I said. Shoot! He didn't shoot. He ran, he dropped his gun and ran, and he left us. Left her. He left her to the lion.
Dear God.
Oh, please go back to camp.
No, there's so much I want to know. Why did you wait so long to come back? And why do you think you'll come here again tonight? Tell me.
Tell. I was very ill after it happened. They sent me back home. When I was well again, I thought I could forget. I worked. The years went quickly, but never once, not for a breath, have I forgotten him. Year after year, my hatred for him, don't you understand? I have to kill him. You ask me how I know he'll be here? I know. And the native chief knows.
I see. The Maasai chief, you gave him money to bring him here tonight. Oh, no, Jeffrey, no. You can't do this thing. 10 years ago, you said 10 years, and look what you've become. A man all England knows and honors. If you commit this murder now... Oh, Jeffrey, please don't do it. Look at me, please. Don't turn your head away. Listen to me. Listen to me. What this man did, I know it was a terrible thing, but all these years that you've let it pass, it's part of another world. A part of your life that doesn't exist anymore. Sir Geoffrey Cowie can't commit a murder. Now tell me you won't.
It's the wind. Only a little wind. The way it was that night. You shouldn't cry.
I don't know what I'd do. I never saw you before a few days ago. I suppose I'm crying because you're like my Davy. I didn't want to come to Africa, but his mind was made up, like yours. When he got sick, at one time there was a chance if he'd give up all we worked for. He didn't. He stayed like you're staying. And he died. Lion?
Yes.
Lion here? They were supposed to have been all shot out years ago. Jeffrey, your face. The way... Is it a signal? That's it, isn't it? The native chief to tell you that he's coming. Jeffrey, who is he? Which of the planners around here will expose him, ruin him? You don't have to kill.
Turn your back and go.
Oh, dear God, what a useless thing. She's been dead so long. Is that someone coming?
I can't make you go. Then turn your back.
If I could cry out and warn him. The moon, it's gone. Jeffrey? Jeffrey, where are you? Jeffrey, don't!
Quiet, everybody. Quiet! Hapana! Major.
Yes, Governor.
Listen, Margaret. Can she speak yet? Can she talk?
Yes. Yes, she says she wants to see you.
Good, good. All right, one sign. Let me through. Oh, Major, get these infernal natives away from here so I can get through.
Cuenda, you automa, cuenda.
This thing going out of my head. Diane, are you all right now?
Yes.
Then tell me. Please tell me what happened. Sir Geoffrey, tell me what happened.
Yes, I'll tell you. Sir Geoffrey came back to Africa to kill a man. A man, he said, who was a cheat, a liar, a fumbling coward. Tonight he killed him. That man was himself.
This is Arch Obler again. First, might I thank our players, Lorene Tuttle and Ben Wright. You know, someone once challenged me, is it possible to get an exciting play out of a worm? Let me tell you about worms after a short message. Obler again. Before I tell you about my wormy play, the sound tonight was by Bud Tollefson, engineer Dave Diller, music Joe Leahy, announcer Byron Keane. Yes, I've written a play about worms called Revolt of the Worms. And if you like terror and excitement mixed with a pinch of idea content, meet me at these same kilocycles for The Revolt of the Worms.
Arch Obler's Plays. Stories of the unusual. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
I woke in the middle of the night. I felt two hands clamped on the side of my head. I couldn't move. And then I saw it. This thing coming toward me. Lana. I couldn't escape it.
Lana.
Neither will you.
Deadly blessing. Pray you're not blessed. Rated R, under 17, not admitted without parent.
Welcome to the Black Mass. Tonight, two stories about animals. First,
Here's a gentleman to tell you about a famous patent medicine known as oil of dog by Ambrose Bierce.
My name is Buffer Beans. I was born of honest parents in one of the humbler walks of life. My father being a manufacturer of dog oil, and my mother having a small studio in the shadow of the village church, where she disposed of unwelcomed babies. In my boyhood, I was trained to the habits of industry. I not only assisted my father in procuring dogs for his vats, but was frequently employed by my mother to carry away the debris of her work in the studio. In performance of this duty, I sometimes had need of all my natural intelligence, for all the law offices in the vicinity were opposed to my mother's business. They were not elected on an opposition ticket, and the matter had never been made a political issue. It just happened so. My father's business of making dog oil was naturally less unpopular, though the owners of missing dogs sometimes regarded him with suspicion, which was reflected to some extent upon me. My father had as silent partners all the physicians of the town, who seldom wrote a prescription which did not contain what they were pleased to designate as oil of canine. It is really the most valuable medicine ever discovered. But most persons are unwilling to make personal sacrifices for the afflicted. And it was evident that many of the fattest dogs in town had been forbidden to play with me, a fact which pained my young sensibilities, and at one time came near to driving me to be a pirate. Looking back upon those days, I cannot but regret, at times, that by indirectly bringing my beloved parents to their death, I was the author of misfortunes profoundly affecting my future. One evening, while passing my father's oil factory with the body of a foundling from my mother's studio, I saw a constable who seemed to be closely watching my movements. Young as I was, I had learned that a constable's acts of whatever apparent character are prompted by the most reprehensible motives, and I avoided him by dodging into the oilery by a side door which happened to stand ajar. I locked it at once and was alone with my dead. My father had retired for the night. The only light in the place came from the furnace, which glowed a deep, rich crimson under one of the vats, casting ruddy reflections on the wall. Within the cauldron, the oil still rolled in indolent ebullition, occasionally pushing to the surface a piece of dog. Seating myself to wait for the constable to go away, I held the naked body of the foundling in my lap and tenderly stroked its short, silken hair. Ah, how beautiful it was. Even at that early age, I was passionately fond of children. And as I looked upon this cherub, I could almost find it in my heart to wish that the small red wound upon its breast, the work of my dear mother, had not been mortal. It had been my custom to throw the babies into the river, which nature had thoughtfully provided for the purpose. But that night, I did not dare to leave the oilery for fear of the constable. After all, I said to myself, it cannot greatly matter if I put it into this cauldron. My father will never know the bones from that of a puppy. And the few deaths which may result from administering another kind of oil for the incomparable oil of canine are not important in a population which increases so rapidly. In short, I took the first step in crime and brought myself untold sorrow by casting the baby into the cauldron. The next day, somewhat to my surprise, my father rubbed his hands with satisfaction as he reported to my dear mother. Amazing. Simply amazing. What is it, dear? You're absolutely radiant. Do tell us what has happened. Astounding. They said they never saw anything like it. Never saw anything like what, my dear Mr. Bings? The oil. This morning's vat produced the finest quality oil that was ever seen. They all said so. The physicians to whom I showed the samples pronounced it the finest ever. Well, dear, what did you do to improve it so? Don't tell us, for heaven's sake. But that's just it. I have no knowledge whatsoever as to how the result was obtained. The dogs were treated in all respects as usual. They were, in fact, of a very ordinary breed. Was that not so, Buffer? Buffer! I deemed it my duty to explain, which I did, though palsied would have been my tongue if I could have foreseen the consequences. Mr. Bings, how very disconcerting that for so long we should have been ignorant of combining our industries. True, Mrs. Bings. And we must take immediate measures to repair our error. Certainly so, Mr. Bings, certainly so. First thing, we shall remove my studio to a wing of the factory building. This very evening we shall begin. Oh, Buffer dear, what greater joy might a beloved son bring to his beloved parents than an enterprising mind? And my duties in connection with the business ceased. I was no longer required to dispose of the bodies of the small superfluous, and there was no need of alluring dogs to their doom. For my father discarded them altogether, though they still had an honorable place in the name of the oil. So, suddenly thrown into idleness, I might naturally have been expected to become vicious and dissolute. But I did not. The holy influence of my dear mother was ever about me to protect me from the temptations which beset youth. And my father was a deacon in the church. Alas, that through my fault these estimable persons should have come to so bad an end. Finding a double profit in her business, my mother now devoted herself to it with a new assiduity. She removed not only superfluous and unwelcome babies to order, but went out into the highways and byways, gathering in children of a larger growth, and even such adults as she could entice. My father, too, enamored of the superior quality of oil produced, purveyed for his vats with diligence and zeal. The conversion of their neighbors into dog oil became, in short, the one passion of their lives. An absorbing and overwhelming greed took possession of their souls, and served them in place of a hope in heaven. So enterprising have they now become that a public meeting was held. And we are resolved, Mr. and Mrs. Bings, that our censuring must needs be severe if your invasions upon the population continue. We assure you that further raids will be met in a spirit of hostility by one and all. My poor parents left the meeting broken-hearted, and I believe not altogether sane. Anyhow, I deemed it prudent not to enter the oilery with them that night, but slept outside in a stable. About midnight, some mysterious impulse caused me to sneak through an open window into the furnace room, where I knew my father slept now. The fires were burning as brightly as if the following day's harvest was expected to be abundant. One of the large cauldrons was slowly walloping with a mysterious appearance of self-restraint, as if it bided its time to put forth its full energy. And my father was not in bed. He had risen in his nightclothes and was preparing a noose in a strong cord. From the looks which he cast at the door of my mother's bedroom, I knew too well the purpose he had in mind. Speechless and motionless with terror, I could do nothing in prevention or warning. Suddenly, the door of my mother's apartment was opened, noiselessly, and the two confronted each other, both apparently surprised. The lady also was in her nightclothes, and she held in her right hand the tool of her trade, a long, narrow-bladed dagger. For one instant, they looked into each other's blazing eyes, and then sprang together in indescribable fury. Round and round the room they struggled, the man cursing, the woman shrieking, both fighting like demons. She to strike him with the dagger, he to strangle her with his bare hands. I know not how long I had the unhappiness to observe this disagreeable instance of domestic infelicity. But at last, after a more than usual vigorous struggle, the combatants suddenly moved apart. My father's breast and my mother's weapon showed evidences of contact. For another instant, they glared at each other in the most unamiable way. Then, my poor wounded father, feeling the hand of death upon him, leaped forward, unmindful of resistance, grasped my dear mother in his arms, dragged her to the side of the boiling cauldron, collected all his failing energies, and sprang in with her. In a moment, both had disappeared, and were adding their oil to that of the committee of citizens who had called the day before with an invitation to the public meeting. Convinced that these unhappy events closed to me every avenue of an honorable career in that town, I removed to the famous city of Ottumwee, where these memoirs are written with a heart full of remorse for a heedless act entailing so dismal a commercial disaster.
Oil of Dog by Ambrose Bierce. And now, a story by Saki about two lady horsemen and a hyena.
They say that all hunting stories are the same, but my hunting story isn't a bit like any you've ever heard. It happened quite a while ago. All the usual crowd were at the meet, especially Constance Broder. Constance is one of those strapping, florid girls that go well with autumn scenery or Christmas decorations in church.
I have a presentiment that something dreadful is going to happen. Am I looking pale?
Oh, you're looking nicer than usual. But that's so easy for you, dear. Constance and I were well mounted, and we had no difficulty in keeping ourselves in the first flight, though it was a fairly stiff run. Towards the finish, however, we must have held rather too independent a line, for we lost the hounds and found ourselves plodding aimlessly along miles from anywhere. It was fairly exasperating, and my temper was beginning to let itself go by inches when suddenly...
There they go at last! But what in heaven's name are they hunting?
Well, apparently it's not a fox.
No mortal fox. It's twice as high. And what an ugly small head. And its neck, enormous and thick.
It's a hyena. That's what it is. It must have escaped from Lord Padham's park.
A hyena?
Yes, and it's probably tame. Look, the dogs don't know what to do about it.
Oh, dear, they're running off.
The hyena hailed our approach with unmistakable relief and demonstrations of friendliness.
What are we to do? It's getting dark.
What a person you are for questions, my dear.
Well, we can't stay here all night with a hyena.
I shouldn't think of staying here all night, even without the hyena. We had better make for that ridge of trees to the right. I imagine the highway is just beyond.
I hope it is. What on earth are we to do with the hyena?
What does one generally do with hyenas?
Well, I've never had anything to do with one before.
Well, neither have I. If we knew its sex, we might give it a name. Perhaps we might call it Esme. That would do in either case.
Esme?
Here, Esme. Come along. Come along. There must be a gypsy encampment nearby.
Gypsies? Why do you say that?
We just passed a baby, a half-naked gypsy brat.
What was he doing there?
Picking blackberries, obviously. There. Esme has probably frightened it. Esme? Esme? Come along here. Esme? What have you got there? Esme? Esme? Put down that baby. Esme!
Merciful heavens, Baroness! What on earth shall we do? What are we to do?
Constance, I am perfectly certain that at the last judgment you will ask more questions than the examining ferrets. Esme, down. Down, Esme.
Can't we do something?
Esme, if you don't put that baby down, I'll thrash you with this whip.
It's running off with the baby into the bushes.
Esme! Esme!
Horrible! Horrible!
Well, Constance, I really don't know what more I can do. We'd best get along. Esme can catch up. Come along.
Do you think the poor little thing suffered much?
Well, the indications were all that way, my dear. Ah, we are saved. There's the highway.
Where?
Up ahead. Didn't you hear the car? There's another. Ah, here comes Esme. There, Esme. Naughty. You're a naughty hyena.
Can you let that ravening beast trot by your side? Oh, dear. What is it hanging from his mouth?
I can't quite tell, dear. Now pay attention. There's the road ahead. Don't run ahead, Esme. The cars won't be able to see you at this hour. Esme, hold. Stay with us. Oh, the silly animal.
Well, I don't think we should worry about that beast.
No, I dare say he can fend for himself. Oh, Esme, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Ladies, was this your dog? I'm dreadfully sorry.
You have killed my Esme.
I'm so awfully sorry. I keep dogs myself, so I know what you must feel about it. I'll do anything I can in reparation, anything at all.
Please bury him at once. That much I think I may ask of you.
Certainly, at once, madam. William, bring the spade. No, the spade, William. I saw. What a magnificent fellow. I'm afraid he must have been rather a valuable animal.
Well, he took second in the puppy class at Birmingham last year. Oh, don't cry, dear. It was all over in a moment, I'm sure. He couldn't have suffered much.
Oh, look here. You simply must let me do something in reparation.
I couldn't think of it.
But I insist.
No,
I
couldn't think of it. But as he persisted, I let him have my address. Lord Pevham never advertised the loss of his hyena. When a strictly fruit-eating animal strayed from his park a year or two previously, he was called upon to give compensation in 11 cases of sheep worrying and practically to restock his neighbor's poultry yards. And an escaped hyena would have mounted up to something on the scale of a governmental grant. The gypsies were equally unobtrusive over their missing offspring. I don't suppose in large encampments they really know to a child or two how many they've got. There was a sequel to the adventure, though. I got through the post a charming little diamond brooch with the name Esme set in a sprig of rosemary. Incidentally, too, I lost the friendship of Constance Brodel. You see, when I sold the brooch, I quite properly refused to give her any share of the proceeds. I pointed out that the Esme part of the affair was my own invention, and the hyena part of it belonged to Lord Pabham, if it really was his hyena, of which, of course, I've no proof.
That was Esme by Saki. The part of the two ladies was played by Pat Franklin. The motorist was Bernard Mays. The hyena was played by himself. In Oil of Dog, the first of our two stories this evening, the family was variously performed by your host of the Black Mass, Eric Bowersfeld. The technical production was by John Whiting. And now, good night.
Tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
This is your host, Stephen Dark, welcoming you to Dark Arts Horror Radio, broadcasting from beyond the grave.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Never Send to Know. I wouldn't be caught in an alley with a derby hat. Or with one of those light, snap-brimmed ones either. Look. You know what this thing is? It's an automatic pistol. It's not a rod, a Roscoe, or a heater. You know where I keep it? In my desk drawer. I can't speak Chinese. I think most policemen are very nice fellows, very efficient, generally courteous, almost always intelligent. I get along with them beautifully. I don't know any stool pigeons. I have never hit a woman in my life. Nobody has ever called me a private eye or a Seamus, or however you pronounce it. And I do not indulge in rapid-fire slang. Oh, and for your information, a pistol does not go ka-chow. I will now fire a pistol so you can see. This is how a pistol sounds. You probably could put that sound into words, but I submit that it definitely would not be ka-chow. Would it? Well?
Fool.
I must admit I do have a secretary. Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well?
Come in, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well?
This is my secretary, Mrs. Radabaugh.
What do you want?
Mrs. Radabaugh, how many jewel robberies have I solved?
Huh.
We may take that to mean none.
You ain't had any jewel robberies.
Precisely. Do you recall any cases involving beautiful Oriental maidens, Mrs. R?
I do not.
Any in which I was kidnapped by counterfeiters?
Listen, I'm busy, Mr. Kramer.
Now, Mrs. Radabaugh, if I propose to you that you and I take an automobile trip to an obscure village in New Hampshire to investigate the murder of an elderly recluse, what would you do?
I'd quit.
Ah. And what do you consider the most exciting of all the cases I have handled as a private eye?
A what?
You see? A private detective, investigator, Mrs. R.
You haven't had any exciting ones. And I wish you'd stop calling me Mrs. R.
Thank you, Mrs. Radabaugh.
I'm going home early this afternoon.
Are you?
There's a parent-teachers meeting.
How soon will you be leaving?
As soon as I finish typing the minutes of the last meeting.
Very well, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Don't forget to lock the door when you go.
No, the business of a private investigator is not all gunplay and beautiful blondes. There are occasional blondes, yes. But they all seem to want divorces or to escape divorces. And a startlingly high proportion of them are not beautiful. I have never fired my pistol in anger since I became a private detective. I have looked through a number of transoms, and I have guarded wedding gifts a few times. I have even helped a police officer make an arrest of the man who stole safety razors from a drugstore. In my younger days, well, I suppose I was a roughneck. I bummed all over the country. I've seen the insides of not a few jailhouses. Met some very interesting people. But now, in my fat 40s, I'm content to have this small office and do odd jobs for people at a price and relax. Going already, Mrs. Radabaugh?
It's not Mrs. Radabaugh.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Isn't Mrs. Radabaugh out there?
I didn't notice.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're Mr. Kramer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
May I sit down? Thank you. Well, Mr. Kramer, I have a very important case to discuss with you.
Thank you. You're a detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to engage you.
I am open to suggestions, sir.
Yes. You find out things.
Sometimes I do, sir. I at least try to find out.
I want you to find out something for me.
Good.
Your fee...
Why, we can discuss that later, sir, when I know a little more about what you want me to do.
All right.
Would you care to give me your name? In confidence, of course.
I don't know what my name is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what my name is.
Oh, an amnesia case, I take it. I mean, you want me to find out who you are?
No.
Well, I was going to say that the police... What did you say?
I'm not interested in knowing who I am.
Well,
My name's not important anyway.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. Just what was it you wanted me to find out?
I want you to find out who murdered me.
I beg your pardon?
I want to know who murdered me, so he can be punished.
But my dear sir, you're not...
Oh, yes. I am.
You are what?
I'm a ghost.
I see.
Please don't use the telephone, Mr. Kramer.
I wasn't going to.
Well, you were reaching for it. I suppose you were going to call the police and tell them that you have a crazy man here.
It
wouldn't do any good. Because, you see, if the police were to come in here, I'd just disappear. You'd look very foolish.
I see.
I see you don't believe me, Mr. Kramer. Let me show you. I'll disappear. You see?
You know what? You did disappear.
Yes, of course.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You mean you didn't? Well, I'd like to have you start at once, Mr. Kramer. I want to know who murdered...
I thought I heard you talking. Why, there's nobody here.
I was talking to myself, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well, I must say, shooting pistols, talking to yourself. Where'd this money come from?
What money?
$100 bills. 1, 2, 3, ick.
Why, what?
You got sticky red paint or something all over 'em.
Well, it wasn't red paint. But it was real money. From a man who disappeared. Well, I said a private detective's life wasn't exciting. It looks as if it's going to be now. But I don't know how I'm going to find out who murdered a man who doesn't know who he is, nor when or where he was murdered. Do you? I don't even know where to start. I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I say to myself, did that man come in here, or did I dream it? And then I see the $300 bills on the desk in front of me, and they're real enough. So I didn't dream it. Yes?
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
You didn't dream it.
What?
You didn't dream it.
I said that.
Yes, I heard you.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better come and talk to you some more.
Well...
Yes, I think I'd better. I'll be right there.
But...
I'll be right there.
This is... Who is...
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Yes, I think we'd better talk some more.
But look here. You were just talking to me on the phone. Where were you...
What difference does that make? I don't really mean to haunt you, Mr. Kramer, but I am very anxious, you understand.
No doubt.
I remembered something.
Oh?
Yes. I remembered where I was murdered.
Look, I mean...
Mr. Kramer, you seem to think that I'm trying to deceive you or something.
Well, no, but... Well, really, I've never talked to a ghost before.
Really?
There must be some rational explanation of this, Mr.
I gave you my explanation, sir. You're not afraid by any chance. I don't frighten you, I hope.
No. I don't think I'm afraid, really. But... well, I'm just not used to this sort of thing.
Oh, you will be before we get done. I was going to tell you where I was murdered. Perhaps that'll help.
All right. Where?
It was near Lindale, Utah.
Lindale, Utah.
That's on the Union Pacific.
I think I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Isn't that near where the branch line to Bryce Canyon turns off the main line?
Yeah, I believe it is. You think that'll be of any help?
You never know. You don't remember when, I suppose.
No, but I may remember later. Really, meeting you has been very stimulating. I feel that you're going to be successful, Mr. Kramer. I've tried so many years to find him.
Well, that's good. Now, let me see. We might place the time of your...
Murder? My death?
Yes. How old would you be?
Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I suppose I can wire the authorities at Lindale and ask them about any unsolved murders they have a record of.
That's a fine idea.
We may solve this problem of yours a good deal more quickly than I hoped.
Good. Oh, the money I left...
It was a little, messy.
I'm so sorry about that, but all my money is like that. That is, as long as I have it. It dries, though.
Oh, yes.
If you need more...
Later.
Good. Whenever you want it, ask for it.
You'll excuse me, I know. But where does this money come from?
But I don't know. I seem to have a great deal of it. It's no use to me, of course, so... You find the man who murdered me, and you can have it all.
Well, thanks. What are we going to do with this man when we find him, though? The evidence of a ghost in court.
Yes, I'd thought of that. I couldn't very well testify, could I? Even if I am the most interested party.
So what?
Well, I thought that perhaps you might take care of that, Mr. Kramer.
Just how do you propose I take care of that?
Mr. Kramer, I know more about you than you might think I do.
Oh, do you?
I know, for example, that you're quite unscrupulous.
So?
Yes, sir. Quite.
Well, what then?
You'll be getting a very large fee, Mr. Kramer. And for that fee, I thought perhaps you might undertake the job of executioner.
You did?
The man will be guilty, you know. You'll only be carrying out a just sentence on him.
Committing murder myself?
Oh, no. Nobody ever called a hangman a murderer.
No, thanks.
I'm sure you'll change your mind, Mr. Kramer.
I doubt it.
I told you I know you a great deal better than you think. And there's a large sum of money involved.
How large?
You name it.
In advance?
Whatever you say.
$1 million.
All right. You sure that'll be enough?
I don't like being kidded, Mr. Ghost.
My dear sir.
All right. If I see $1 million in currency on this desk tomorrow morning, You bought yourself an executioner.
Fine.
Provided I can find the man.
Oh, you'll find him, Mr. Kramer. And then you'll execute him.
Well,
Just one thing, Mr. Kramer.
Yes?
I think you ought to swear.
All right. I swear.
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I looked up when he said that. And there wasn't anybody there. I don't know what you think of me. I don't know whether you think I'm crazy or what. Talking to a ghost. You expect people to scream and run and be afraid of ghosts. That's the natural reaction. The one you're conditioned to by ghost stories and all that sort of thing. But you must understand that that's the natural reaction only when the ghost suddenly appears to you and waves its arms and you happen to be in some lonely, deserted spot at midnight. But when a man walks into your office and sits and talks to you for a while and then casually tells you he's a ghost and then proves it to you, well, you see, you're not frightened. Well, I was wondering a little, too, what you thought about my agreeing to be an executioner. Well, take it or leave it, friend. What would you do? See what I mean? I never made any boast of being an angel. I've been a pretty rough character in the old days, bumming around the country. And just between us, friend, this murder won't be the first one that I've... Well, let's leave it there. And you know, I'm not so sure that I will knock the gentleman off, as the bad boys say. I'll have the $1 million, won't I?
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I wired Lendale, Utah about unsolved murders. The telephone woke me up next morning early. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, this is Mrs. Randall. There's a telegram here for you to collect. Shall I pay for it?
Where's it from?
How do I know?
Well, pay for it and read it to me.
All right. Here, boy. Just a minute till I tear it open. It's from Lindale, Utah.
Well, read it.
Hold your horses. It says no unsolved murders here. What's that mean?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Now, look here.
How do you like that? Shut up, Radabow. Look, Radabow, I'm not going to answer it, so... Now what?
You didn't answer the phone, so I came over.
What? Oh, you.
You had an answer from Utah.
It said there wasn't any unsolved murder there, my friend.
Yes, I know.
What about that?
You should have let Mrs. Radabaugh read you the rest of the telegram.
What?
There was more to it.
There was?
Perhaps you'd better call Mrs. Radabaugh back.
I will. Come on, answer the phone. Where is that woman? Do you know what the rest of the message was? Where'd he go? Radabow. Answer that phone. Oh, that woman. No, Mrs. Radabow was not in the office when I got there. Someday I shall fire that woman out of hand if she keeps up these high-handed tactics. And what does she do with that telegram? I looked all over the place. It wasn't on my desk. It wasn't in the wastebasket. It wasn't on the floor. If that woman took it with her... You know, one of the worst things about me is an absolutely ungovernable temper. I haven't had an outburst of real red flaming rage for years. It's a good thing I haven't. I could feel it coming on now, though. I could get my hands on her. I ripped through her desk. Compact. What did that old hag want with a compact? I threw it against the wall. Candy bars. Carbon paper. What did she do with that telegram? I went back into my office. When I went out of that office, my desk was clear. There wasn't a thing on it but a blotter and my desk stand with the 2 pens. Now, it was littered with stacks of money. Stacks of money. Did you ever see $1 million? Well, you're likely to use your mind if you ever do. I nearly did. 20s, 50s, $100 bills. Stacks and stacks and stacks. And I couldn't help it. I picked it up and loved it. I got up to my elbows in money. I just wanted to feel it. $1 million. I was chuckling and giggling to myself. I'd forgotten all about the telegram. And I heard a voice.
How untidy, Mr. Kramer.
I jumped back and dropped money all over the place.
Your hands.
I'm sorry,
You've got blood all over them.
I'm sorry. I was excited. I'll wash it off.
No. Wait.
What?
I brought you the telegram.
Oh, the telegram.
Didn't you say you'd been in Lindell?
Oh, yes. I've been through there several times.
I thought you did.
Why did you ask that?
I was wondering if perhaps you might not have heard about my death, or...
Or what?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, but we have to explore every angle, don't we?
I fully intend to, sir.
Good. There's $1 million there.
That's wonderful.
Just remember, you haven't earned it yet.
I'll earn it, never fear.
Yes, I shall see that you do.
What about the telegram?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
Thanks. I was anxious to see what... Only unsolved mystery here. Several years ago, unidentified hobo killed by train. Well, that couldn't be you.
Yes, it could.
Why, it says killed by train.
No, I was murdered.
Well...
I was a hobo.
Well, so was I once, but...
But what?
I didn't get murdered.
No, I did.
And you think this man is you?
I know it is.
I don't know how we're going to prove that.
I'll tell you.
Well?
When I recognize the man, that'll be proof, won't it?
But you said you didn't know who did it.
I'll know when you find him.
Now, look. This leaves us right where we started.
No, not exactly.
I'm afraid it does.
I'm going to find the man who murdered me, or rather you are, Mr. Kramer.
I don't know where to start.
Think, Mr. Kramer. Please think.
I just think it's impossible.
I don't.
Suggest something, then.
You're the detective.
Go to Lindell?
Would you want to go to Lindell?
Well, why not?
Well...
Why not?
There's a line of poetry I could quote to you. Never send to know...
Never mind poetry.
Well, then we don't need to go back to Lindell, do we?
You take your money and get out of here.
Oh.
You hear me?
You'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. But you didn't even think of it when I told you the place.
Well, I didn't know.
You just forgot. Well, you know the murderer now?
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Well, the man died. I died.
Well, that doesn't make it murder.
In my book, it does, Mr. Kramer.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Meaning hasn't got anything to do with it.
We were just
Arguing in the freight car.
I remember very well now.
Yeah, just talking.
And we drank that bottle. I remember.
And the train was going slow.
Just crawling along.
And we got to arguing again.
About Herbert Hoover.
I didn't even know your name.
I knew yours. I'd forgotten it, but
And then we started to fight.
That insane temper of yours, Mr. Kramer.
And you hit me.
I remember.
And I got up.
Yes.
All I did was push you out of the car. How was I to know what happened?
I fell under the wheels.
Well, anybody could fall out of a car going that slow and not get hurt at all.
I died.
But I tell you, I didn't mean to. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, Kramer.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm a ghost.
Well, then.
You've got a job to perform, though, Mr. Kramer.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I won't.
Yes, you will, Mr. Kramer. Sooner or later, because I'll be with you, Mr. Kramer, wherever you go until you do. Every second I'll be with you, and you'll do anything to escape me. But there's only one way, Mr. Kramer. Only one way. Well, that poetry I started to recite to you. Never send to know.
I know. Never send to know. For whom the bell tolls.
It tolls for thee. Yes, you were a little too eager, Kramer. Well, the pistol's in the drawer there.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Kramer, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. Then Nancy Sheridan played Mrs. Radabaugh. Edgar Staley was the other man. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is a true ghost story about colonial days in America, one that really happened. Shall we call it Meeting at Ticonderoga?
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures.
Are you trying to ask me for a date?
See Steve Martin in The Jerk, the hilarious first film from today's wildest, most original comedian.
That's right!
The Jerk, Certificate AA in the West End from Thursday. Probably your last chance to see Steve Martin before they put him away.
evil lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. As you probably know, reliable sources forecast that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky. You can store coal, but get your order in early. Ask your blue coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can, and make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure of what it should be, ask him. Your blue coal dealer will be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. First thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to schedule an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dream of Death. From a lonely house high on a gale-swept cliff, a curtain flaps at an open window. A path house down past sharp crags and mossy rock, down to the wave-lashed beach below. Come along, my darling. We're almost to the beach.
I'm frightened.
There. Feel the wet sand beneath our feet.
Yes?
Listen to those waves, Lily, crashing against the shore.
No.
Look at them, black and hungry. They know. The waves know why we're coming to them. Hold tightly to my hand. Soon, my darling, we'll be together once again for all eternity. Slowly now, down into the water. Don't look back. No, Lyra, no. See, the water swirling above our knees.
What?
Above our waist. Above our shoulders. Higher. Still higher. We die. And forever.
No! I don't want to die. I don't. I don't want to.
Wake up, Lyra, for heaven's sake, wake up. Oh.
Celeste?
Yes, darling, your sister. It's all right, Lyra, you're all right. You were just having a bad dream.
Dream? No. I was on the beach. In the water. With my husband. With Kurt.
With Kurt? Oh, no, Lyra, no. Don't you remember?
What?
He's dead. Kurt was drowned last night.
Margaret and I came right down as soon as we got your message, Celeste.
I'm awfully glad you're here, Mr. Cranston.
So are we, Celeste. Best if there's anything we can do to help.
Yes, after all, Kurt Sander was a friend of mine, even though I didn't see him for some time.
Oh, I'm sure you can help, both of you. We'll see Lyra in just a moment. She was still sleeping when I went in. The doctor prescribed all the rest she could get.
Of course.
It's a beautiful view from this window.
beach down there below the cliffs and the sea beyond?
Yes. Kurt loved solitude.
There's a wind rising. Must be a storm coming up.
It was just this kind of a day that Lyra and Kurt went sailing.
You mean when Kurt was lost?
Yes.
Still haven't told us what did happen, Celeste. Perhaps before we see Lyra, we should know.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, they were out sailing. A violent squall came up and the boat capsized.
How off?
Apparently, Kurt struck his head against the boat when it turned over on him.
I see.
Anna, our housekeeper, and I were shopping at the time. When we got back, we found Lyra down on the beach, nearly dead from shock and exhaustion.
How is she now?
Well, physically, the doctor says she'll be all right, but... Oh, Mr. Cranston, it's her mind. She insists that she's going to die. Die? She thinks that Kurt's spirit has returned to take her back with him into the sea.
How terrible.
She says they had some kind of a weird pact with death. Oh, do you think you'll be able to reason with her, Mr. Cranston?
Try, Celeste. I'll do everything I can.
I'll see if she's awake. Now, I'll be right back. Lamont, darling, what are you looking at?
These books on spiritualism. I'd almost forgotten.
Forgotten what?
Kurt Sander was a student and a firm believer in life after death. Come on, Margot.
Just woke up. Lyra. Lyra, this is Lamont Cranston.
Lamont Cranston?
Yes, Mrs. Sander. I was a friend of Kurt's, and this is Margot Lane.
Hello, Lyra. You've come to take me away, haven't you? You must take me away from this house.
No, they can't, Lyra. You know you can't leave yet, not until you're better.
But I can't stay here. I figure he'll come back for me.
No, he won't, Mrs. Sander.
Yes, he will. He said, if I should die before you, my darling, I'll return from wherever I may be and take you with me.
Mrs. Sander, that isn't possible.
It is. He'll come back. I mustn't stay here. He'll come back for me. He'll come back.
Lamont, listen.
Kurt, is that you?
Dear, well...
Quiet. Get back, Margot. I've broken those French windows. Grab whoever. That's a woman.
It's Anna, our housekeeper, Mr. Cranston. Anna, what on earth were you doing?
I just wanted you to let me in the door.
Why didn't you come in through the back?
I just came up from the beach. I was gathering clams for dinner.
All right, Anna. Come inside so I can shut these doors again.
You'd best shut them tight.
Why?
I've been down on the beach, and I've seen it.
Seen what, Anna? Well, Anna, what did you see down on the beach?
I saw another storm coming up. Another storm like the one the night Mr. Sander died.
It's Lamont.
Oh, Lamont.
You're all right.
Lamont, what is this? What happened?
I don't know, Margot. What made you scream, Mrs. Sander?
I was asleep, and something woke me up. Felt cold fingers around my throat. It was Kurt. He'd come for me. Look, Lamont, French doors.
Wind must have blown them open. That's probably what woke her up. I'll have a look outside.
It was Kurt.
No, Mrs. Sander. Oh, what happened, Margot? I was asleep. I heard a scream.
She thought someone was in the room. Her husband.
Oh, no, darling. It just couldn't be.
Right, Mrs. Sander. There's no sign of anyone. You merely had another bad dream.
That's what you see.
Anna.
I've been outside the room, listening. It was him, wasn't it? He's lonely. He's come back.
Anna, what are you trying to do?
Go back to your room, Anna.
All right. But I know. I know.
Now, Mrs. Sander, try to understand it. It was all in your mind. Do you understand?
Yes. All in my mind.
Now try to go back to sleep. Celeste.
Yes.
I think it'd be a good idea if you slept in here for the rest of the night.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
Come on, Margot.
What is it, Lamont? There is something wrong, I can tell.
Let's get your coat. Going to do a little investigating.
But...
I lied in order not to frighten Mrs. Sander. I found this just outside the French doors.
Seaweed?
Yes, seaweed. Someone or something brought up from the ocean below.
Oh. Who's there? Door. Someone. Me, Mrs. Sander. Hannah. Hannah. Shh. Don't wake Miss. No, I won't. Come with me. It's about him. About him? Hush. All right, Hannah. That's right. Now through this door. Across the hall. Then into this room. This was Kurt's room, yes. And look, here on the desk. Picture of me. My necklace. He was to get these things that belong to you. And maybe he'd go back to the sea and leave you alone. That's insane. I'll take them to him. You know where he is? In the cave at the bottom of the cliff. How do you know? Have you seen him? Have you? No. There's a black pool in the cave. And I've seen strange footprints around. No! Things live in that pool. Terrible things that come up from the sea. Hannah, don't! Don't go near there, please. I'll be all right. Nothing will harm you. No, He doesn't want me, Miss Vera. He wants you. But what are we looking for, Lamont?
Anything here on the beach, Margaret, that might give us a clue as to who or what lit the seaweed outside Lyra's room?
You think someone has taken advantage of Kurt's death to deliberately frighten Lyra out of her mind?
It seems to be the logical explanation right now.
That old housekeeper Anne has certainly been acting strangely enough.
Yes. I haven't been able to make up my mind yet whether Anna's a slightly demented old servant or a very shrewd woman. And another thought has crossed my mind.
What's that?
Kurt was a very odd person, as I remember him, Margot. Moody, introspective, and, as we know, a firm believer in spiritualism.
Well, you aren't suggesting that there might be some basis for this wild idea Lyra has about Kurt returning from the dead?
Nobody's ever discovered just how far spiritualism can go, Margot.
That's a fantastic idea, Lamont.
Fantastic and terrible. But an idea we may have to consider. We're going to learn the truth about Lyra's dream of death.
So dark in this cave. There's the pool. The black bubbling pool. Don't be scared, Anna. Dead things can't harm honest folk. The lantern down here. Kneel down by the pool. Now, give him the things. Give him the things and tell him to go away. Leave us alone. There's the picture. Necklace. Now, someone kicked over the lantern. Who's there? Who's there? Coming closer. Someone covered. Kurt! You! No, you're dead. Boy, no, don't! Oh, you're pushing my head under the wall.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing a lot if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your coal furnace. You're missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator for coal furnaces. The electric eye thermostat upstairs keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save coal, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. It can be easily installed without interrupting the heat in your home. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him for a demonstration of the new Blue Coal Temp Master. And now, back to the shadow. On the trail of a man who apparently has returned from the dead to claim his bride, Margot and Lamont are plunged into a series of weird events. Now we find them walking down a dark beach, while above them tower the black cliffs that rise forebodingly. Suddenly, Margot stops and touches Lamont's arm.
Lamont, look up ahead.
Good Lord, come on.
Lamont, falling here in the water by the edge of the shore.
Yes. It's Hannah, the housekeeper.
Is she dead?
Yes, drowned apparently, and the body washed ashore. This is strange, Margot.
What?
There are finger marks around her neck. Someone deliberately held her head under the water.
No. What are you doing?
Trying to pry something loose. Yes, touched my hand.
It's a torn piece of cloth, and there's a gold button on it.
It's the kind of button that's usually found on men's yachting jackets.
And Kurt was in sailing clothes when he died.
Yes, Margaret, he was. Hey, look here. There's a faint trail in the sand.
Looks as though Anna's body was dragged down here.
Trail leads up to a kind of opening in the cliff. Come on.
Lord, I just don't understand.
Neither do I, but there must be a logical explanation behind all this. I've got a feeling we're getting close to the answer.
I certainly hope so.
Here we are. It's kind of a tunnel into the base of the cliff.
You're not going in?
Yes. Stay behind me. I'll use my flashlight.
Why, it's a big cave.
Yes.
You see anything?
Black pool of water in the center of the cave.
You sure that's all?
Yes.
Oh, thank heavens. Let's get out of here. It gives me the creeps.
Quiet, Margaret.
What?
Look out through the mouth of the cave. Out there on the beach. Someone kneeling down by Anna's body.
What? It's Celeste.
Yes. What would Lyra's sister be doing out there on the beach at this time?
She's coming towards us.
She's following the same trail up here we followed. Stand back, Margot. I'll switch off the flash.
Kirk, are you in there? Lamont, what's that? Kirk, was that you?
No, sir.
Oh, she's running away up the path to the house.
Yes.
Lamont, do you realize what this means?
I'm beginning to, Margot.
Kurt is alive, not dead. He must be the one who's trying to drive Lyra mad. Anna must have found out the truth, and that's why he killed her.
Perhaps and perhaps not, Margot. Now I think I can find out.
How?
I think Celeste will tell me a great deal when she talks to the shadow.
The gun. gun. It must be... Oh, here it is. Who's there? Who laughed?
Shadow laughed, Celeste.
The shadow. The gun. Somebody took the gun from my hand. But who? Where?
No one sees the shadow.
Shadow, what do you want?
What were you going to do with this gun, Celeste?
What?
Are you going to kill your sister, Lyra?
No, why should I do that?
Because you haven't been able to make her kill herself the way you and Kurt planned.
That's not true.
Kurt's not dead. You've been working together. That's true, isn't it, Celeste?
No.
Kurt was in love with you, wasn't he? But Lyra stood in your way.
Oh, yes, he was in love with me. He begged me to marry him.
And Kurt is alive.
Yes, that's why I came for the gun. He's out of his mind. He killed Anna, and he'll kill my sister, too.
What were you doing down on that beach by Anna's body?
I was looking for Lyra. She's gone. Oh, he'll kill her, don't you understand? Oh, Shadow, you've got to find him before it's too late.
Shadow will find the truth, Celeste. If you've lied, I'll be back. You'll answer to the Shadow.
Lyra? Lyra, are you in there?
Try the door, Lamont. Empty.
Yes, Celeste told the Shadow the truth. Kurt must have taken her off somewhere.
The French doors are standing wide open again.
Yes, look at this, Margot, over here. Some muddy footprints on the carpet.
What'll we do?
I don't... Wait a minute. Margot, this isn't mud on these footprints. It's slime. Green slime. The kind that grows on rocks.
You think Kurt has taken you to the cave?
I don't know, Margot. All I know is we better get back there as fast as we can. Here we are, Margot. Be careful going into the cave.
Lord, it's so dim in here.
I couldn't afford to bring my flashlight, darling. It'd make too good a target.
Yes, if Kurt's as mad as he appears to be, he'd probably shoot first and ask questions later.
Easy now, darling.
What? Over there.
Good Lord, it's
Kurt in there.
Lyra! I'm coming, Lyra. Try to hold on. Lyra! It's all right, Lyra. I've got you.
Oh, Mom. He had a gun. He was going to kill me. I grabbed his arm and I went off.
Lyra?
She's fainted.
You better lie here for a moment. I better have a look at Kurt.
Well?
Have to light a match.
Mom, what?
He's dead, Margot.
Why, I suppose it's just as well.
Yes, I think it is, Margot. Look at this over here.
Yes. A shallow grave. Good heavens, you mean he was going to kill Lyra and bury her in there?
No, Margot, I mean that Kurt Sender came out of this grave. Lyra's shot didn't kill him. He's been dead for at least 2 days.
Mark, why on earth are we leaving the cave with Lyra still in there with that body?
No time to explain, Margot. I want you to get up the house right away and be careful.
Is that all?
Yes.
Lord.
By the time you get there, Margot, the Shadow will have trapped the real killer.
What? Oh. I'm still in the cave. All alone. I've got to get out of here. Kurt's body. It was by the pool. Now it's gone. What? Noise. Someone in the cave. Oh, Lamont, is that you? Why don't you answer? There, I can almost see you now. I can almost see you. Kurt, it's you. can't be you. You're dead. Keep away. Keep away.
Why did you kill me, Lyra?
I didn't, Kurt, I swear.
Yes, you did, Lyra. You must confess. Tell the truth.
No.
If you don't, Lyra, I'll tell them. I'll tell them your story of how I drowned was a lie.
No.
Tell them you killed me 2 days ago in this cave.
Please.
I'll tell them how you crushed my skull with a rock.
No.
I'll tell them how you killed Anna, too. Covered yourself with seaweed and pretended to be me. And confess. Confess.
All right, I did. I killed Anna. I killed you both. Now go away. Mom. You're not Kurt.
No, Lyra.
Who are you? Who are you?
The Shadow.
No.
Yes, Lyra. You confess to the Shadow. You've condemned yourself to death, Lyra. Because now the Shadow knows.
Lamont, it's incredible. I can hardly believe that Lyra is a murderer.
Well, apparently she's a violently jealous woman, Margot. Kurt arranged a rendezvous with her near the cave, asked her for a divorce. Told her he wanted to be free to marry her younger sister, Celeste. She flew into a jealous rage, killed him, left his body in the cave.
Then her story of the drowning, her dream of death, all those weird happenings, even Anna's murder, were done to frighten people away from here so that no one would learn the truth.
Yes. After she killed Anna, and after we started investigating, she became panicky.
So she decided to dispose of Kurt's body.
Exactly. In the dim light, we thought Kurt and Lyra were struggling together. When she heard me call to her, she fired a shot in a crazy last-ditch effort to make us think that Kurt had been alive up to that point. Was responsible for everything.
Oh, horrible. And stupid.
Yes?
Well, it's all over now, thank goodness.
That's all over. Except that soon Lyra will be going to her death. This time, it won't be a dream. And now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Here's an important tip on economical home heating that will save you time, trouble, and fuel. If you tend your furnace fire the right way, you'll find that your fire will burn more slowly and evenly, and that you'll get more heat from the fuel you burn. When you add coal, do it like this. First, shake the grates gently until the first faint red glow is visible in the ash pit. Then, with the shovel or a small hoe, pull the live coals from the back of the firebox up toward the feed door, forming a sloping hollow that leads toward the back. Into this hollow, put your fresh coal. Leave a few glowing coals just inside the fire door to consume gases. The way to conserve coal is not by skimping. Keep a deep fire at all times. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch.
Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy.
The box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures.
Visit darkentertainments.com for more Halloween horror.
Sense around! In the 7th millennium, the one remaining Battlestar fights for the survival of mankind. As Battlestar Galactica confronts the marauding space aliens, you actually feel the shocks of later warfare. In Sense Around, with Battlestar Galactica, Certificate U. Now at the Empire Leicester Square, and exclusive presentation from Sunday at ABC's Elephant and Castle, Putney, Romford, Staines, and the Empire, Watford.
Cosmic war is raging. A handful of surviving humans escape aboard the Battlestar Galactica. They fight their way across the stars in search of a legendary planet known as Earth. Battlestar Galactica, Certificate U. Did it happen eons ago, or will it happen tomorrow?
All over London from Sunday, still at the Empire Leicester Square.
To the Black Mass.
Visit darkentertainments.com for more Halloween horror.
Performance.
The only performance that makes it, that really makes it, that makes it all the way, is the one that achieves madness. Right? All right? We'll take you down.
This is a film about madness and sanity.
A mad clown.
About fantasy and reality. About death and life.
Just don't know.
About vice.
'Cause I'm mad at you.
And versa. Mick Jagger and James Fox in Performance. A film that will bend your mind. From Warner Brothers Rated X, no one under 17 admitted.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Mr. Sperry, Director of Development. Please hold. Good morning, sir.
Yes, this is market research. Mr. Abercrombie is still alive.
Mr. Jameson's office, personnel. I asked Mr. Sterling to return your call. Oh, hello, sir.
Legal department. I'll connect you with Mr. Farwell.
No, he hasn't. Not yet. May I take your number?
Miss Pepper.
Mr. Feathersmith, how are you this morning?
Miss Pepper, when the old gentleman arrives, will you show him in?
Of course, sir. Is there anything I can get you? The mail's on your desk. I have a list of your appointments.
The old gentleman, that would be...
Mr. Dietrich?
Then it's Der Tag.
What's that?
The day.
Today?
Isn't that right, Helen?
Well, he has an appointment.
He's going to get it. Mr. Feathersmith will have him drawn and quartered and served up in the executive dining room with an apple in his mouth.
I really couldn't say.
That's because you haven't been here very long. Did you hear him? He was humming. Do you know why he doesn't like to get haircuts? Because his horns show.
Shh, there's Mr. Dietrich.
Excuse me. I have an appointment to see Mr. Feathersmith.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dietrich.
If you'd let him know that I'm here.
He's expecting you, sir. Go right in.
Thank you very kindly.
Yes.
Mr. Dietrich, sir?
Come in.
I can just see him now, that big happy grin before he draws blood. Have a cigar, Mr. Dietrich, before I rip you to pieces.
A cigar, Mr. Dietrich?
You're about to witness a murder, a willful, predatory case of homicide. The victim is a Mr. Sebastian Dietrich, age 77. The killer is a Mr. William Feathersmith, a robber baron whose body composition consists of refrigeration coils covered by thick skin. In a moment, Mr. Feathersmith will proceed on his daily course of conquest and calumny with yet another business deal. But today's deal will be one of those bizarre transactions that take place only in an odd, out-of-the-way marketplace known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Of Late I Think of Cliffordville, starring H.M. Wynant, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
I said, would you like a cigar?
No, thank you, Mr. Feathersmith. You asked me to come here at 2, and it is now 2. What did you have on your mind?
You've never cared much for my personal habits, have you, Diedrich? Smoking, for example.
Whether I do or don't is really not at issue, Mr. Feathersmith, but the extent of time that you keep me here is, on the other hand, of considerable import. I'm a busy man. I'd like to get on with it.
Oh, by all means. We've gone a pretty far route, the two of us.
Have we?
I owe you a great deal, Mr. Diedrich. I remember vividly the afternoon many, many years ago, back in Cliffordville. You called me into your office. You ran a rinky-dink, nickel-and-dime little tool shop. And you said, Bill Feathersmith, I like your style, boy. I want you in with me. Do you remember that afternoon?
I shall never forget that afternoon, Mr. Feathersmith. I've thought about it a good deal in the ensuing years, and I've never ceased to regret it.
You never did like me.
I wouldn't say that. I have disliked and detested you with great cordiality. I have found you to be, as of the day you walked into my office, a predatory, grasping, covetous, acquisitive animal. Without heart, without conscience, without compassion, and without even a subtle hint of the most commonplace decency. Does that answer your question?
I give you this, Diedrich. You never were a man to toady around with a lot of phony euphemisms. You always did speak your mind.
And you, Mr. Feathersmith, mark you, this is perhaps the singular compliment I can dredge up, have always been a man to speak yours, so why don't you?
All right, then. I'll do precisely that. See this map? It's my empire. Mining over here. Electronics here, here, and here. Lumber, railroads, minerals. An industrial complex I built up step by step, piece by piece. And in which I take pardonable pride. Yet there's a piece missing.
Go on.
Well, that is to say, there was a piece missing. The Diedrich Tool and Die plant.
Was?
A good, substantial plant employing 13,000 people, some 40 years in operation, not always perfectly managed.
But sufficiently well to make you move heaven and earth to try to buy it. Thank God I won't live to see the day when you get your greasy hands on it.
Of course, as a matter of your financial problems, I happen to know, Mr. Diedrich, that you secured a loan of $13 million. This is the note here, isn't it?
How do you...
I bought the note, Mr. Diedrich. I paid an exorbitant amount of money, far more than it was worth, but it was, let's say, an exceptional opportunity for our lives to crisscross again.
What is your point?
The point is right here on the note. It says payable on demand. So, on demand it is. I want it paid, not tomorrow. Now, this moment, I want your personal check in the amount of $13 million, or I'm very much afraid I'll have to send out the painters to the Diedrich Tool and Die Works and cross your name off the sign.
Feathersmith, if you call in that note, you'll ruin me. You'll put me into bankruptcy. You'll kill off everything I have, everything I own.
You're a most discerning man. Here it is only 6 minutes past 2. 6 minutes! That's all the time it's taken for you to comprehend that I've managed to kill you off.
Mr. Dietrich, are you all right? Sir, is everything...
Would you like to sit down? You look so pale.
Miss Pepper? Miss Pepper? Where is she? What time is it?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't know you were still here.
I'm here, my good man. I'm assuredly here. And here is the mountaintop. The high rung on the ladder.
I'll finish cleaning later.
No. You may join me on the mountaintop. Here I am, way up on the mountain, like who was it? Genghis Khan or Julius Caesar? Julius Feathersmith.
Don't worry, sir. I'll clean it up.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Hackett, sir. The custodian, top 3 floors.
Well, how would you like a drink, Mr. Custodian of the top 3 floors? Yes, I have another bottle somewhere.
Thank you, no, but I appreciate it.
How long have you been performing this illustrious task?
34 years, sir. I've been 34 years in the building. I got a gold watch last year.
A gold watch? Ho, after 34 years. That's practically as long as I've been in the building. But I didn't start here. No. I know indeed. I started in a little town called Cliffordville. Never hear of Cliffordville, Mr. Hackett?
That's a coincidence, Mr. Feathersmith. I was born in Cliffordville. Grew up there.
Well, then we have something in common. We're both from Cliffordville, and we both put on our pants, one leg at a time. But there, the similarity ends. Come here, I want to show you something.
Yes, sir?
See this picture on the wall? Know who it is?
Why, I'm not sure.
That's William Feathersmith. Me. Taken in front of our old home in Cliffordville. Now that was a town, wasn't it? That was a real place. Stately trees, gracious homes, beautiful sprawling park, and real people who knew the value of a buck, people who worked hard to get it. There was none of this crazy stuff about unions, retirement benefits, or antitrust suits, or any of that claptrap. Those were the real times, when a man could go up to the stars if he had a mind to, and the legs to carry him, and the fingers to reach out and grasp. Not like now. Nah, not like now at all.
I reckon so.
I'm going home now, Mr. Hackett. May as well. No place else to go.
Yes, sir.
I've been sitting here for 3 hours, all by myself, thinking about Cliffordville. About how I wished it was that way again. I had an old man here today, Diedrich. He gave me my first real job. Well, I fixed his wagon. He never liked me, I never liked him. We both used each other, and I got the most use out of it. I broke him to pieces today, just like he would have done to me if he could. And he's tried, Mr. Hackett, let me tell you. He's tried.
Good night, then, Mr. Feathersmith.
William Feathersmith, what a crock. Alexander Feathersmith is more like it. Alexander the Great Feathersmith. I've got everything there is to get. But I'm still hungry. Understand? I'm hungry. A 20-course meal. I've got a tapeworm inside me that's taken every bit of it.
He cried.
What? What did you say?
Alexander the Great. He cried because he had no more worlds to conquer. I guess maybe he was kind of like you, Mr. Feathersmith.
You know what I wish? I wish I could go back to Cliffordville. Back 50 years ago and start all over. Because getting it all, that was the kick. Not having it, getting it. Good night, Mr. Hackett, custodian of the top 3 floors. Don't forget to wind your gold watch. Oh, at last. Hold on. This isn't the lobby. Hey, wait! I said wait! Where? 13th floor. Oh, great. But this building doesn't have a 13th floor. Hello? Who's there? Hello, hello. I'm glad you're still here. The elevator let me off at the wrong floor.
Oh, how do you do, sir? I was just about to close up.
Who are you?
Devlin.
Just Devlin?
The first name's not important.
No. I own this building.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Feathersmith.
What I'm not aware of is you're having an office here, whoever you are.
Oh, I've just opened it, Mr. Feathersmith.
Devlin's Travel Service.
As a matter of fact, I opened it for your convenience.
Mine?
Would you care to come in?
Why?
Why, because, Mr. Feathersmith, we've got some business to transact, you and I. Please, have a seat. There's no reason why we shouldn't be comfortable, is there?
I must have missed something. We have business? What sort of business?
Travel, of course. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Sit, please. Now, isn't there anywhere you'd like to go? Your heart's desire?
Well, there was this town.
Of course there was.
The name of the town was Cliffordville.
Ah, yes, Cliffordville. And it was a pleasant town?
It was better than pleasant. And there were the local girls. Oh, beautiful, just beautiful.
They always are. Go on. You were saying?
I remember old Doc Wagner, too. Treated me when I broke my arm. That's another thing. There was none of this blood pressure, basal metabolism, cholesterol nonsense. Old Doc Wagner looked at your tongue and wrote out a prescription, and that was it. And the food, simple, fair, healthy, and delicious. That was the way life was then. Simple.
And you enjoyed that, didn't you?
What? No, I didn't have time to enjoy anything. But I did what I wanted to do. I worked, I scrambled, I dug, I scratched, I pushed, drove, and I went up. Understand? I went up.
And now you're all the way up. But you're simply bored. That's what it is, isn't it, Mr. Feathersmith?
I'm worse than bored. I don't have any purpose now. No plans. No drive because there's no place left to go.
Are you sure?
The sign on your door, what does it mean exactly?
A succinct suggestion of the kind of service I offer, Mr. Feathersmith.
And that is?
Just as it says. Travel. Or, more to the point, if you don't mind the rather melodramatic terminology, one might call it time travel.
Miss Devlin, I think we may have something to talk about after all.
Indeed, Mr. Feathersmith. You've got everything you want. And the pleasure is not in the acquisition. It's in the struggle to acquire. Isn't that the sense of it?
Go ahead.
So, let's do this. Let's send you back to Cliffordville. The Cliffordville of 50 years ago. And you can start fresh. Acquire. Build. Consolidate. Do it all over again. How does that sound?
You're not dealing with a bumpkin, Miss Devlin. This isn't one of those sell your soul for a nickel country boys. Try this. You send me back in time to Cliffordville, but I want to look like I looked 50 years ago.
Agreed.
Number 2, I want to keep my memory, everything that's happened since, not impaired one bit.
Check again.
And I want the town to be exactly as it was, the same people.
All very easily arranged.
Now for the price. I suppose the standard payment is, well, what you call a soul.
On occasion, that is part of the transaction, but in your case, I believe we got a hold of your soul some time ago. Let me check. Oh, yes, here it is. There was the crash of the Trans-Mississippi debentures, the company you bought and manipulated. You ruined several hundred people with that bit of chicanery. The bulk of your soul went over to us shortly thereafter, and there are several other items here. Private life, subconscious thoughts and dreams, indirect murders, people you drove to ruin, hopelessness and suicide. No, I'm afraid your soul is not yours to negotiate.
Then what do you charge?
Cash, Mr. Feathersmith. the old Missoula. I have your current assets tabulated here. Were you to liquidate as of this moment, you'd be worth precisely $136,891,412.14.
You're very thorough.
We have to be. Now, the cost for what you ask is nominal. The entire bill, and this covers transportation, clothing, the retaining of your memory, the maintenance of the town in its historically accurate form, including its citizenry, is $136,888,006, leaving you a balance of $2,812.14.
Highway robbery!
Quite a little nest egg, considering.
Considering that I know where the oil is, just outside of town. 1,400 acres not discovered until they brought in the first well, and of course I know the stock market in advance, and every important invention over the years. Before it happens, I can get in on the ground floor.
The absolute basement. All things considered, Mr. Feathersmith, it's a fortune.
You just send me back there with my bankroll and watch my smoke. How soon can I go?
I'll handle the liquidation for you. Just sign this power of attorney, and there's no reason why you can't leave, say, tomorrow morning.
Done.
Exemplary, Mr. Feathersmith. You're one of the few remaining rugged individualists. A pleasure doing business with you. Now, Union Airways, 8 a.m., followed by a rail connection the rest of the way. I'm afraid there was no airport near Cliffordville back then. You'll arrive at noon, exactly 50 years ago. And needless to say, I wish you everything that you deserve.
Little lady, you don't have to wish me anything. I'll get everything I go after. Everything.
You know, Mr. Feathersmith, I believe you. In fact, I have no doubt whatsoever. Care for a cigar?
Here's your stop, sir.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this is it.
Yes, there's the town square.
Need a hand with your bags?
I don't have any bags, and I don't need a hand from anybody. Why, say, conductor, is there a mirror handy?
Why, yes, sir. There's one right inside that door there.
Devlin, you really did it. I look 50 years younger.
Is everything all right, sir?
All right. My man, things couldn't be better.
Then good day to you, sir. Enjoy your stay in Cliffordville. All aboard!
Cliffordville. The devil, you say?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like to see the president of the bank.
That would be Mr. Gibbons. Do you have an appointment?
No, but he'll see me.
He's having his lunch right now.
Tell him Mr. Feathersmith is here to talk about investments. Some very important investments.
All right, sir. I'll tell him.
Take your time, sweetie. By the time the bank closes, I'll have this dumpy little milk stop tied up with a ribbon around it, deliverable to me.
I'll only be a moment, sir. I don't normally let business interfere with pleasure.
I never allow pleasure to interfere with business. The name is Feathersmith. I'm not a peddler, a drummer, or door-to-door salesman. I'm here to make myself rich, and in the process, you'll pick up a few crumbs of your own.
I beg your pardon?
The Widow Turner's land. The south end of town. Is it available?
The Widow Turner's land.
There were 1,400 acres. Mr. Gibbons, is there an echo in here?
No, indeed. It's just that... Well, sir, you're talking about a valuable piece of property. A beautiful spot. Singing birds and constant sunshine. A Garden of Eden for a man with vision. The potential is unlimited.
It's a swamp for mosquitoes, and the potential's malaria. I just want you to tell me who owns it and how much they want for it.
As a matter of fact... It was purchased from the late Mrs. Turner's estate by yours truly, in partnership with a Mr. Sebastian Diedrich.
Diedrich, huh? What do you know? Well, do you suppose you and Mr. Diedrich could be persuaded to part with your land, assuming the price is right?
As valuable as it is, well, sir, everything has its price. How does $8 an acre sound?
Lovely.
Good, good.
If I were an idiot. But I'm not an idiot, Mr. Gibbons. I'll give you $1 an acre.
Well, why don't we strike a compromise and say $6?
Let's say $1.50.
You drive a hard bargain. Mr. Diedrich and I might hold still for $4 an acre.
Mr. Gibbons, you wouldn't hold still for a back rub if it couldn't be converted into currency. $2 an acre, and that's it.
2, you say?
2, I said. And 10 minutes from now, it'll go down to $1.60. Going.
Gone, Mr. Feathersmith. I presume this will be a cash transaction.
You bring the deed over to my hotel tonight, properly signed and notarized, and you'll have your money.
Well, now, sir, this is the way I like to do business. No fiddling around, just two staunch men of goodwill who know what they want. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Feathersmith?
I'll agree with you all the way down the line, Mr. Gibbons, as long as you keep both hands on the table.
Here's your coffee, sir. Enjoy your dinner?
Give my compliments to the chef. Tell him if he ever wants to go into the cement business, I'll back him.
Oh, you didn't like your steak and eggs?
I was enraptured by them. All 14 pounds. What do you fry them in, motor oil?
Why, lard, sir.
Lard, of course. The things a man remembers.
Beg your pardon?
Weren't there elm trees outside on the square?
Elms? No. Just those old oak trees. Kind of ratty looking.
The same thing applies to the young ladies of the town, the ones I used to go on hay rides with. Incredible. I thought they were as sweet as peach pie. Now they look like 14-course meals fried in lard. The things you remember, and how wrong you can be.
Ah, Mr. Feathersmith.
Right on time.
I don't believe you two gentlemen have met. This is my associate, Mr. Diedrich. How do you do?
Yes, I recognize you, Mr. Diedrich. So very, very much younger, though.
You have me at a disadvantage, sir.
Never mind. Sit down. Please.
I presume you have the cash?
1,403 acres, $2,806.
You like to put all your eggs in one basket, don't you, Mr. Feathersmith?
Don't concern yourself, Mr. Diedrich. I happen to have an exclusive contract with the hen.
Waiter, beer's all around.
Right away, sir.
All right, gentlemen, let's get down to cases, shall we? When it comes to a fast shuffle, I don't mind telling you I'm a very knowledgeable dealer. Comment, Mr. Diedrich?
You have the floor, Mr. Feathersmith. You seem rather anxious to have it.
Just a human frailty to gloat a bit when one has just skinned a couple of professional skinners. I suppose you're thinking that when this pigeon flew into town, you plucked him bald. Well, I sent a telegram to a geologist this morning. He came in on the 1 o'clock train, spent the afternoon out at the Widow Turner's land, made some preliminary soil tests. Care to hear the results?
Feel free, sir.
Then I'll oblige. That crummy swampland you sold for $2 an acre is worth 1,000,000 times that. There's oil in that ground. Oil, understand? Black gold, enough to produce 500 barrels a day for the next 1,000 years. Oh, I swear I can almost feel sorry for you. Maybe you didn't hear me.
Oh, we heard you.
Oil. How's that for a shocker?
Well, at the time, it did make us gulp.
At the time?
4 years ago, when the first geological tests were done. Well, there was no doubt then that the land had oil under it, 6,000 feet under it.
Which means that it might just as well be on the moon. There's no way that oil can be taken out.
What do you mean, no way? I could drill down 1 mile, 2 miles if need be.
Well, you could, perhaps, Mr. Feathersmith, but nobody else on Earth could, unless you've already invented such a drill.
Of course. I forgot. It wasn't until several years later that they came up with a drill bit strong enough to...
Something wrong, Mr. Feathersmith? Not feeling too well?
Something I ate.
Oh, something you ate, no doubt. Something like crow, sir?
Excuse me.
Mr. Kronk, this here is Mr.
Feathersmith.
Yeah, he says he wants to talk to us about inventions.
What kind of inventions?
Something that'll turn this two-bit bicycle shop into a factory.
Such as?
Well, for starters, how about a motor-driven scooter for kids?
You want to enlarge upon that, Mr. Feathersmith?
What do you mean enlarge upon it? It's a gadget that gets kids around town. Teenagers, too, even businessmen.
What's it used for?
It's used to make about $200 million. That's what it's used for. Lightweight aluminum with wheels and an electric motor.
What's wrong with foot power?
Everyone's going to want these. Kids will be begging Santa Claus for them. Look, I'm handing you the whole thing on a platter. All you have to do is build it.
Well, I'll tell you what. You draw me a blueprint and some specifications, and Mr. Clark and I will give it a try.
I'm no crummy draftsman. I've given you the principle. All you have to do is manufacture it.
Not without a blueprint and specs and some backing. You have any money?
I can get it. Anyone with a little imagination could see.
Well, only place that makes loans around here is the bank. That'd be Mr. Gibbons. You better talk to him first, with your blueprints, of course.
What other inventions you got?
Other inventions? What isn't there? Everything under the bloody sun. There's color TVs, stereos, compact discs.
Compact what?
Supersonic airlines, plastics, transistors, computer chips, O-rings for space shuttles, whatever you want. And you rubes sit here fixing tricycles. We could be making billions.
Of course we could.
I tell you, there's nothing to stop us. You name it.
Well, now, how about a nice little perpetual motion machine? That'd be a good one.
Do you think that's funny? I don't need you. What other machine shops are there in this hick town?
Well, you might try Otis over at the gas station. He's got all kinds of tools. Of course, he's pretty busy regrouping people's tires.
See you in the funny papers, boys. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
What was his name again? Featherhead?
Modems. You connect your home computer to the telephone line.
Your home what?
It's called an intermittent windshield wiper. Say it isn't raining very hard, just drizzling, but you want to keep the windshield clear. The wiper motor has an in-between position.
What kind of motor exactly?
Cable television. You pick up the signal from a satellite.
What's a satellite?
Listen, you download it over a dish network.
Dishes? But nobody watches TV in the kitchen.
Pantyhose. I say take off your garter belt now and throw it out. Now.
And I say get out of my store. All the way out. You have a filthy mouth, sir.
Diedrich! I know this is your house. Come out here.
Who's out there?
It's me, Feathersmith.
Do you know what time it is?
It's 50 years too early. That's what time it is. Listen, I played it all wrong. I should have had it done the way it happened in the first place. I'll start in the morning, just like I did before.
What are you talking about?
You said I had get up and go. You said I had drive. Then I went to work for you and I moved up from there.
You want to do what again?
I want to go to work for you.
I wouldn't hire you if you were the last man on earth. You're a loudmouth clod born to get suckered out of his last quarter. Now let me have my sleep.
I got to rest. Oh, this pain in my chest.
Are you all right, sir? You look pale. Why don't you sit down on this bench?
Doc Wagner? Is that you?
Now, you must be the new fella in town.
Nothing but idiots in this place.
Now, take it easy. That's not a very good pulse. Not good at all.
Never mind that. How do I get through to these village idiots here? They're peddling their lives away on bicycles, and I'm trying to give them the space age.
I don't know much about that. But I can tell a bad pulse when I feel one, and yours feels like the heart of a 75-year-old man. You sure don't take care of yourself.
What did you say? The pulse of a what?
A man in his 70s. If I've said it before, I've said it 100 times. Modern man drives himself to an early grave just trying to keep up with the pace of life nowadays.
Why, that dirty, cheap little thief! She didn't change me inside. That's why I'm so tired. That's why I can't make it here, because inside I'm old, the way I was.
Swallow 2 of these pills.
You horse doctor. I remember when you were diagnosing acute appendicitis as cramp colic. Go on, get out of here. You couldn't diagnose anything.
Well, I can diagnose insanity when I see it. And that's what my diagnosis is in your case. Insanity. Plain and simple.
I don't need you. I don't need this jerkwater town.
If I were you, I'd check myself in for observation. At a mental hospital.
Well, you're not me. It was that Devlin dame. That dirty, two-timing little hustler.
Why, Mr. Feathersmith, everything all right? You look a bit queasy.
You miserable!
Now, let's be fair. Nothing was said about changing your chronological age. You wanted to look 30, and you do. We said nothing about your insides. Your heart, veins, kidneys.
What about this town?
You wanted it as it was. The contract was very specific. It's really not my fault that your memory is so imperfect. And as to the possibility of investments, your problem was that you leapt before you looked.
But everything else is wrong, too. I mean, the deals, the inventions. They've never heard of space shuttles or microchips or...
Of course they haven't. And you, Mr. Feathersmith, because you're a wheeler-dealer, a raider, because you're a taker instead of a bringer, you are now what is commonly referred to as behind the old 8-ball.
Look, I don't want much. I swear to you. Make it the way it was, that's all. Get me back with Dietrich. Let me start out there, that's all I ask.
Impossible. I've made no deal with Mr. Dietrich. If he doesn't want to hire you, what can I do about it?
And then send me back to where I was. I give you my word.
You understand, Mr. Feathersmith, that I could send you back to the future. But it would be a future predicated on this. On what's occurred in the past 24 hours.
I don't care. I don't care. I just want to go back to where I belong.
I think we might be able to arrange that. Mind you, purely as a gesture of sympathy. Though it hurts me to mouth the word. Frankly, you are so unhappy, so totally abject a creature that I cannot find it in my... well, in the place where you'd normally find a heart, to leave you here. There's a train out at midnight. A special train.
Bless you, Miss Devlin.
Please.
I won't forget this.
There is a small surcharge for the service.
How much?
$40. Things do cost, Mr. Feathersmith.
I don't have $40. I don't have 10. I don't have...
What's this in your pocket? Well, how about that? This is your night. You have one negotiable item left. The deed. All you need to do is liquidate it.
But who'd buy it?
That I wouldn't know.
What do I do?
You've got a few seconds. Find yourself a customer. It's as simple as that.
But where?
There's a young fellow over there on his way home. You could ask him.
It's bargain night, right here.
Huh?
1,400 acres of singing birds, constant sunshine, all for $40. Here, please.
Well, for $40, I might be able to...
All aboard! Please hurry. There. You won't be sorry. You'll be rich. Hey, what's your name, young fella?
Hackett, sir. Bill Hackett.
Yes, want something?
I was going to clean up, sir.
So clean up. Who are you?
Feathersmith, sir.
Great old town.
What is, sir?
I was just thinking about Cliffordville. That's where I grew up, got my start.
That's a coincidence. I grew up in Cliffordville, too.
Well, now, how similar we are, Mr. Feathersmith. We both came from Cliffordville, and we both put our pants on one leg at a time. And here we both wind up in the same building, each with his own particular function, eh?
Yes, sir, our own particular function. They gave me a gold watch 4 years ago. My 40th year as custodian.
Well, now, maybe for your next 40 years, if you really apply yourself, Featherstone, I'll get you a box of these imported Cuban cigars. What do you think of that?
That sounds great, Mr. Hackett, sir.
Have one now, why don't you? On me.
Mr. William J. Feathersmith, tycoon, who tried the track one more time and found it muddier than he remembered it, proving with at least some degree of conclusiveness that nice guys don't always finish last, and some people should quit when they're ahead. Our tale of Iron Men and Irony, delivered FOB from the Twilight Zone.
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Visit darkentertainments.com for more Halloween horror.
Kathy's world was complete and happy. She had a beautiful marriage and a beautiful new baby. Everything was perfect. But suddenly, something dark and sinister out of her past returned to haunt her, to threaten her very existence.
Hello?
Bye-bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone a-hunting. He's waiting for you, Kath.
It was almost too terrifying, too frightening to believe. Suddenly, it wasn't Kathy's life in danger. It was Kathy's baby. National General Pictures presents the most terrifying new chiller since Rosemary's Baby. Daddy's Gone A-Hunting, from Mark Robeson, who gave you Valley of the Dolls, starring Carol White, Paul Burke, and introducing Scott Hylands. Daddy's Gone A-Hunting. When the baby begins to cry, you'll begin to scream. Daddy's Gone A-Hunting, rated M for mature audiences. Remember last year? Remember Rosemary's Baby? This year, there's another baby. And this year it's more terrifying, more frightening than you could ever imagine. National General Pictures presents Daddy's Gone A-Hunting, starring Carol White, Paul Burke, and introducing Scott Hylands. Daddy's Gone A-Hunting. When the baby begins to cry, you'll begin to scream. Rated M for mature audiences.
Whether it be a magnificent cathedral or merely a frame shack, a house of prayer is invariably vested with an air of otherworldliness. Perhaps it is because of this fact that one is never too surprised to learn of strange and incredible events which occur within the confines of the church. And as evidence that such events do occur, witness the curious case of the organist at Avonbury.
It was a simple house of worship, this Avonbury Church in Herefordshire, England, and its vicar was a simple man. For 20 years he attended the spiritual needs of the community, and it is greatly to be doubted whether anything really remarkable had ever happened to him. Not at least until a certain autumn night in the year 1919, when the vicar was making his way home after a condolence call on a bereaved widow. He could see the white church spire gleaming in the moonlight.
Hello. That's strange. Now, who could be playing the organ at this hour?
The church had been locked at 7 o'clock that evening, and now it was almost 12, and yet someone was inside playing the organ.
It must be Emily Willingham.
The vicar approached the church and climbed the wooden steps and tried the door. It was still locked. As he stood there, groping in his pocket for the key, the music stopped.
Miss Willingham? Emily Willingham, are you there?
The vicar switched on the light and glanced slowly around. But the church was empty, and the front door was the only door to the church. It was not until evening of the following day that the vicar found time to visit Miss Willingham, and he wanted to know how she had managed to leave the church.
I was never in it. Not last night.
But just at midnight, Miss Willingham, I distinctly heard something.
Whoever you may have heard, my dear vicar, it was not I. I was in my bed at 12 o'clock last night. Have you spoken to Mr. Rumley?
Rumley, the sexton?
He has a key to the church, has he not? If anyone would know a way of leaving the church unnoticed, I'm sure it would be he. And while he has never confessed to having musical talent, I'm certain he would be happy to improve his position by taking my duties as organist away from me.
I shall speak to him at once.
And so, my dear vicar, shall I?
Dusk had fallen when the vicar and Emily Willingham reached the little cottage just behind the church.
I'm glad you've come, Vicar. I've been wanting to talk to you all day. I'm registering a complaint against her.
Against me?
Aye. I've got no objection to you playing the organ any time you like, only not at midnight.
Why, of course.
I heard her, Vicar. I heard her. In the middle of the night it was. The organ bleating out like a Sunday morning.
He's simply trying to avert suspicion from himself, Vicar. You know perfectly well, Mr. Rumley, that it was you who played in the church last night.
Me? I never touched the blasted instrument in my life.
Obviously, it was one of the two of you. We three are the only ones who could have got into the church. No one else has a key. And I'm quite certain that I did...
Listen.
Blimey. There it is again.
But isn't the church locked now?
Hi, Vicar. I locked it myself half hour ago. And there wasn't a living soul in there when I did.
The three of them hastened to the church. But before they reached it, the music stopped. And they found no one. Who he was, and how he gained entrance into the church, and how he left without being observed. All of these remain a mystery. A mystery incredible but true.
Not leaving us so soon, are you?
is your host, Stephen Dark, welcoming you to Dark Arts Horror Radio, broadcasting from beyond the grave.
The Mummers, in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? The author of murder, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Hazel Clinton. Well, I'm glad to see you. Come here and sit down. Let me look at you. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you again, too.
Only seen you once since your marriage. Where do you and Lyman hide out? And how is that author husband of yours, anyway?
Well, it's your fault you haven't seen us. Been invited 3 times, you know.
And couldn't get away. Besides, why do you live way out in the wilderness? Hazel, you're not ill. Or are you?
No, Dr. Russell. It isn't I.
Bob. Not Dr. Russell to you, my dear.
It's easier to call you Dr. Russell on a call like this.
What can I do for you, Hazel? Here. Want to smoke? Have a cigarette.
Thanks.
There now.
I came to talk to you about Lyman.
Yes? Is he ill, Hazel?
It's worse than that. I don't know what it is, but it's something dreadful. Terrible, I know.
You tell me the best you can.
Well, at first, when we moved out in the country, he seemed so happy. He was busy writing a new novel.
And he had you there with him?
Yes. I thought that should make him happy. He'd made me rush the marriage so.
Married 2 months before you planned to be, weren't you?
Yes. But then, several months after we'd been out in the country, Lyman began to act very strange. Very strange.
What do you mean?
Well, at first I thought it was fear of something. I don't know what. And then he began to sit in the library. All night long.
Writing, you mean?
Some, perhaps. But when he'd come upstairs early in the morning, he'd look like someone who had undergone a terrible struggle. An ordeal. His face would be white and chalky. His eyes would jerk and his lips tremble.
How long has this been going on?
For a month now. Oh, it's terrible. Something's driving him mad. Whatever it is, it'll kill him.
Hazel, I don't know what to say. I can't say anything right offhand. But you know, my dear, writers. Well, anyway, Lyman has always been rather a peculiar chap. Normal, of course. Normal as any of us.
He's not normal now. He's changed. He's not the same. Oh, you've got to do something.
Can you get him to come and see me?
No, that's the trouble. I can't. He won't leave the house for a day. I've begged him to get out, but he won't.
Tell him you were coming to see me?
Oh, mercy, no. Just in town shopping.
And you want me to come to him. Is that it?
Exactly.
Without his knowing, I'm making a professional call.
Yes. I want you to come for the weekend, and while there, see if you can do anything for him.
I'm not a psychiatrist, honey. I may advise pills when he needs a change of air.
Oh, I know you. You'll do the right thing. When can you come?
Well, want me this weekend? Tomorrow?
Indeed, I do.
I think I can get away this weekend. I will. I'll be there.
Oh, fine. I feel better already. About Lyman, I mean.
I know you can help him if anyone can.
Now, don't put too much faith in a doddering old surgeon, my dear.
Oh, you're the best physician in the world because I have faith in you. I'll be expecting you for dinner tomorrow.
Hazel, this has been a splendid dinner. I've really eaten more than I ought.
Oh, it's nice to see a man relish a meal. Lyman rarely eats.
I was going to tell you, Bob, that I have no appetite. But it isn't true.
Lyman, you know it is. Why, night after night, he leaves the table scarcely touching his plate.
It isn't true, I tell you.
Well, perhaps Lyman is more sensible than I am. Now, I know too hearty a meal isn't good for me, particularly at night. I don't recommend it to my patients, but like all who preach, I don't practice my own teachings.
Like the shoemaker's children who go without shoes?
Something like that.
Or if you finish your coffee, shall we go to the drawing room?
Fine. Now, Lyman, how about telling me about your new novel? What's the theme?
I haven't been writing lately.
But he has to soon. He's promised his publishers it'd be ready in a month.
Don't remind me what I have to do. I'll have it ready.
I'm sure you will. With Hazel here for inspiration, it ought to go fast.
Shall we go to the drawing room, then?
Yes. This way, Bob.
Oh, beautiful here. Beautiful. Then. Hazel, this is a lovely home you have out here in the country.
I'm glad you like it.
Quiet and peaceful, too. Ought to be a writer's paradise.
Oh, here, Bob. Sit in this chair. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable.
Thank you.
Where are you going to sit, Lyman?
If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to the library. I have some work to do.
Don't let me annoy you, Lyman, or keep you from work.
But I thought you'd like to visit with Bob.
I tell you, I have work to do.
All right. Of course we'll excuse you.
Yes, I have work to do.
Will you join us later?
Perhaps. No, don't wait for me. Getting late, I'm sure Bob will want to retire soon.
Oh, but it's early yet, Lyman.
All the same, don't wait for me.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know what to think.
He does act strange, doesn't he?
Yes.
Isn't the same.
No, he isn't.
Changed. I'm so awfully worried. Notice how he glances everywhere and looks nowhere.
I did.
What can be the trouble?
Seems to be listening for something. Waiting for something.
Yes, that's it.
Of course, Lyman's never been very loquacious.
No, that's right. He dislikes small talk.
There's something almost rude about his taciturnity this evening.
I know. Oh, Bob, as a doctor, not as a friend, what would you say is the matter?
My dear, I can't answer you yet.
Is it I? Is he tired of me?
No, I don't think so.
But I must know. Notice how white and drawn his face is.
He's under some strain, all right.
What do you propose to do?
As soon as you go upstairs to bed, I'm going to the library and sit with him.
Oh, but he won't let you.
I'm accustomed to giving orders, not taking them.
I know, but you don't
He'll
know
let
how...
me stay. Did you notice how he kept looking towards the library and yet tried to hide it from us?
Why, yes. Now that you mention it, I do.
I have a feeling that whatever it is that's bothering Lyman, the library has something to do with it. I'll do my best tonight to find out what it is.
Who is it?
It's I, Bob.
What do you want?
Let me in, won't you?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Why lock the door, Lyman?
Never mind. Go away.
Lyman, I'll call one of the servants to open it for me. I'll rouse the whole house.
You can't come in. All right.
Well?
Come on, let a fellow in.
Came here to snoop, I know it. Hazel brought you here to watch me.
And you admit that there is something wrong, Lyman.
I admit nothing. What time is it?
Chimes just struck as I came down the hall. Let's see. 11:45.
Then you must go. Get out of here.
I don't understand.
The door. I must lock the door.
Come on, Lyman. Tell me what it is that's bothering you.
Go. Leave me alone.
No, I'm here to stay.
I have a gun here, Dr. Russell.
But you won't use it. Not on me.
She'll be coming in a moment. She'll try to get out of this room, rattle the doorknob. Try to get out of this library to kill my wife.
I confess I don't know what you're talking about. Who will come, Lyman?
You'll hear her in a minute. Moving out of those bookshelves. Moving towards me. Towards the door.
Who do you mean?
At first, you'll smell the perfume she always wore.
Lyman, who are you talking about?
Shirley Gray. The ghost of Shirley Gray.
Shirley Gray?
Ghost of Shirley Gray. She lives in this room. At night, midnight, she tries to get out and kill Hazel.
Oh, now come, Lyman. You've been working too hard. Your mind is weary. Your imagination is working overtime. Better go up and get some sleep.
I knew this would be the way. I knew what you'd say. You think I'm out of my mind. You think I'm crazy. Well, I'm not. You doctors are fools. Can't see. Only measles, smallpox. You only can see something that bats you in the face.
It's only because I can see that I'm asking you to go upstairs and get some rest. No one can go on sleepless for weeks and remain sane.
I'm sane, all right. More than you are. Listen. The clock. It's midnight. She'll be here in a moment. Listen. Listen, do you hear? Listen if you dare. Do you hear her?
I hear nothing, Lyman.
She's coming nearer. I can almost see her tonight. She's dressed in a soft, flowing gown. She's coming closer towards me. Nearer. Nearer. She's coming nearer. Shirley, I didn't kill you. I didn't mean to kill you.
Lyman, what on earth is the matter?
Dr. Russell, don't grab my arm. Let me go. Let me go, I tell you. Let me go. Can't you see? She's moving towards the door. She wants to get out. No! No, you can't get out of here. I'll stop you. No! No, you can't get out that door. Get back. Back into the shelves. I didn't mean to kill you, Shirley. Get back into the shelves. Back. Back. I'm pushing her back. I'm winning. Winning. Back. Back into the shelves. Back. There. There.
Lyman, what is it?
It's all over now. I won. She didn't get out. She's gone back. Now I can go upstairs and sleep. Sleep. I've won the battle for another night. Now I can
Who is Shirley, who comes out of the bookcase at midnight? Is it someone Lyman killed? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada, where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom. But all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims. But free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized. And if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated. Now the hermit again.
The next morning, Dr. Russell talks to Lyman about the mysterious Shirley. Is the doctor talking to a murderer, eh?
Lyman, I want to hear the story. In this clear, clean daylight, I want you to tell me your story.
It's nothing I can tell you.
I'm your friend, Hazel's friend. I can't see your lives ruined, see your whole future shattered by some strange thing that holds you that, if it were brought out into daylight, would vanish.
You think it would?
I'm sure it would.
It's with me as much in the day as it is at night.
I found out since last night that Shirley Gray was a character in your last novel. Now, certainly, Lyman, you aren't going to sit there and tell me that you believe a character out of a storybook can return to haunt you.
Yes, she does.
It's absurd. Besides, from what I know of ghosts, doors wouldn't bother them. They'd walk right through them.
Not Shirley. She isn't strong enough yet. She hasn't been dead long enough.
And how should she kill Hazel? How do you know she wants to kill her?
For revenge. I killed Shirley when she was still young, lovely. She didn't want to die.
But how do you know she wants to kill Hazel?
Because night after night, she's come to me, guided my hand while I write. Is written, I'll take your wife from you, just as you snatched my lover.
Lyman, listen to me. Characters from storybooks, I don't care how real they are to you, were never flesh and blood. They can't inhabit a spirit world.
But Shirley Gray was flesh and blood. I took her out of life and put her in a book.
You mean you used some real girl as a type for your story?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about it, Lyman. Perhaps I'll be able to aid you.
It was several months before I was married. You remember I went up to that lake in the north to write?
I remember.
It was while I was there that I met Shirley Gray. She was the most strikingly beautiful girl that I'd ever seen.
Max, this is Mr. Clinton. Mr. Lyman Clinton.
How do you do, Mr. Clinton? Shirley tells me you're an author. She's frightfully keen on your stories. But I'm ashamed to say I don't believe I've ever read any of your work.
Oh, don't apologize, please. I'm the one who should do that. Afraid I write for money, not fame.
Oh, it isn't true. We've had a grand time talking books. From early French beginnings of the novel to modern. From Zola to John Le Passé.
Well, it's nice of you to entertain Shirley, Mr. Clinton. I can only come out weekends. Gets pretty lonely here at the lake with only her folks for company.
The pleasure's been mine, I assure you.
Come on. We're wasting a glorious day meant for swimming. I'll race you to the second sandbar, Shirley.
Right. Want a bet? What do they say?
Whatever you say. And so I spent days at the lake with her, walking through the woods, talking, and falling in love with her.
But this Max, who was he?
The boy she loved, was engaged to.
Yes? Go on, Lyman.
In Shirley's company, I could feel myself groping for new thoughts, beginning to live more than I ever had before. She had a free and full imagination.
Yes?
She wasn't muddled by life as most people are. She possessed a spiritual insight, clear, alive.
I understand.
And one night I told her how I felt about her.
But Hazel, you were engaged to Hazel at the time.
I'd forgotten about Hazel. She belonged in another world. She had no existence in this one.
And so you told this Shirley?
Yes. We'd climbed one of the high sand dunes that afternoon, had returned. It was dusk. Shadows had begun to settle on the water. Stars were beginning to fill the sky. And we'd paused to watch their reflection.
You will be returning home soon, Lyman. And so will I.
I shall never leave this spot. Nor you.
Not in mind, perhaps, but in actuality. This lake, the beauty of it all, will be something to remember on cold winter nights.
It's no use to disguise things from you, Shirley. You know I'm in love with you.
I know that, Lyman.
I'll never let you leave me. Never.
I think you will. You understand me. And yet you don't.
Meaning?
That you've read many things into me that don't exist at all. And have omitted one thing. The main thing.
Which is?
That I love Max. Love him very much.
No place for me?
Don't beg. I hate it. With Max, life is easy, unconfused. We're happy on a simple plane. We'll romp through life together and fight together. But not with too much effort.
The easy way?
Perhaps. But why take the difficult? I like life. It's fun. It may be drab and hard someday, but not now.
I haven't misunderstood you, Shirley. Quite the contrary. And I love you.
Please, Lyman, let's not talk anymore. Look at the water. See the boat way off in the distance? Covered with 1,000 lights. Going somewhere. Let's just sit here and watch.
That night was the last time I saw Shirley Gray alive.
Yes? What happened to her?
She left the lake the next day. 2 days after, I returned home.
And asked Hazel to hasten your marriage?
Yes, because I wanted to forget this girl as soon as I could.
I understand.
But I couldn't forget her. I couldn't. She was with me constantly. So I began to write a story about her. That drove me wild.
Yet you finished the book? Published it, in fact.
Yes, I finished it. But do you know what I did?
I think I know.
I couldn't bear to think of Shirley living without me. So I killed her in the story. Then the very day that I killed her in the book, she was killed in life.
What?
Yes, killed. In an automobile. Instantly.
That had nothing to do with your story. You weren't to blame.
I was. I thought so hard, wanted it so much. I brought it about. I killed her. She wasn't ready to die. She won't accept death. Now she comes back to haunt me for retribution. Tell me, Doctor, what am I going to do? Help me if you can. Help me, please.
I will, Lyman. Tonight we shall go to the library together, and I will help you. I have a plan.
I killed her. I killed her.
How do you do, young man? You're Max Pierce, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm Dr. Russell.
Oh, yes, Dr. Russell. I'm glad to meet you. But there's nothing you can do for me. I was in an automobile accident. Smashed up. Always have to walk with crutches.
I know what I'm going to ask of you will seem very strange and personal, but I have a very good reason. Will you hear me?
Oh, yes. What is it?
You were engaged to Shirley Gray, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And loved her?
We were to have been married. I don't understand you.
You will in a moment. And Shirley Gray died?
Yes. And I had to live on. I don't want to.
If you're able, your doctor told me I might take you with me tonight to help save another man's sanity. We have to drive in the country. I'll tell you the story on the way.
This is all strange to me.
Now, don't be afraid. It's all right. Will you come?
Yes, I'll come.
To my car, then. I'll tell you the story as we drive to our destination. That's all there is to tell right now.
It doesn't seem possible.
I'm sane and considered to be a level-headed man. I've never believed in ghosts. Never.
Nor I.
But I'm compelled to believe this time.
But why doesn't she come to me?
Perhaps she will. Tonight. Here we are. It's 11:30. You'll find him in the library waiting.
Who is it?
It's I.
Yes? Come in. Who's this? Who have you brought with you?
Max Pierce. Do you remember him?
Why have you brought him here?
Oh, please, Mr. Clinton. I want to help you. And I want to see Shirley.
Perhaps he can talk to her.
You've made a mess of things. Seeing Max will craze her. She'll kill all of us.
No, I think it will give her peace.
She wants revenge, not peace.
But you need help. You can't go on this way.
Sit down, both of you. Be quiet and listen. Listen. Do you hear that rustling sound? It's the wind in the water. She brings the sound with her. Listen. She's coming. Nearer. Nearer. I can see her tonight. Do you see her?
Why, yes. Yes, I do see her. Shirley, my darling. Shirley, speak to me.
Max. Max, you've come to me?
Oh, yes, Shirley. I'm here. My darling, I love you.
Do you want to come with me now? Forever?
I do, yes. Surely I do. But your revenge upon me.
I shall have my revenge. You shall go on living, suffering for killing others.
Shirley.
Don't be afraid to die. Death will be lovely when we are together.
What have I done?
I forgive you, Lyman Clinton. I leave you in peace. Come to me, Max. Follow me.
Yes, Shirley. I'll follow you. I'll follow you. I'll follow you.
Could Lyman's story actually have caused the death of Shirley Gray? Her spirit returned and took Max Pierce to her, leaving Lyman to ponder and suffer the rest of his life. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Is it a disease? Is it a film? Is it a celluloid miracle? Don't throw your money away on women. See High Anxiety. Spend your money wisely. See me, Mel Brooks, in High Anxiety. High Anxiety, Leicester Square, Prince Charles Theater, rating certificate A. Why are they dropping those things on me? What have I done? I've done nothing. And yet I'm being splattered by feathered feathers coming at me from all parts of the sky. I don't believe... I've got to help! Help! Yes, that was a scene from High Anxiety. Mel Brooks attacked by pigeons for no good reason at all. See Mel Brooks' homage to Alfred Hitchcock. High Anxiety. Prince Charles Theater, Leicester Square. Rating Certificate A.
Lights out, everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. Our scene, a doctor's office. The doctor, a genial middle-aged man, is smiling across his desk at young Mrs. Peggy Connon. And he's saying,
Well, Mrs. Connon, I don't think there is much more I can say other than this. Don't be too afraid. This sort of thing has been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be frightened. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy.
Thank you, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Get your cab, man?
No, thank you. I'll walk.
Okay, man.
Walk. Yes, I'll walk. It takes longer when you walk. No longer to get home.
Baby, 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 baby.
Home. What will he say? What will he say?
Baby, baby.
What will Bill say? What?
Oh, it's out of the question, Peg. Out of the question on the money I make. Now, look, this isn't confetti. It's bills for groceries, bills for laundry, bills for gas. I tell you, Peg, it's out of the question.
Out of the question. Out of the question. He'll say out of the question.
Baby, baby.
What will he say? Oh, Bill, what will you say?
Hey, watch the lights, lady.
Oh.
Yeah, watch where you're going, little lady. Them lights are for you as well as for the car.
What will Bill say?
What? What did you say? Say, you don't feel well or something. Your face, I mean.
Oh, I'm all right, officer.
Sure you don't want a cab?
No, I'm walking home.
Okay, but watch the traffic at the crossings.
If I take shorter steps, it'll take longer. Yes, shorter steps.
Do you realize it'll set us back for the next 5 years? We won't be living. We'll always be paying bills for doctors, for hospitals, for nurses, for this and for that. Paying.
Will he say that?
This sort of thing has been going on since the beginning of time. Millions of women. So don't be afraid. Go home. Tell your husband. Be happy. Be happy.
Happy. Doctor said that, didn't he? Happy. Bill, we have been happy.
Rowing. I don't think I'm going to row anymore. Too hot.
Uh-huh.
Just drift. Now, what was I talking about?
Happiness.
Oh, yeah, happiness. Now, I think that the most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't you?
Oh, yes, Bill.
Now, you take ordinary people. On a day like this, what are they doing? Working in factories, working in offices, working. Isn't that right?
Yes.
But the park is here, the lagoon is here, the boats are here. Man, if they just had a little common sense, they'd say, the devil would work, we're going to be happy. And they'd come out here and they'd go boat riding.
4 million people. The lagoon would be awfully crowded, wouldn't it, Bill?
No, I'm serious. All right, so I'm not working today, so I'll have $5 less. But I'm doing what I want, and I'm happy.
I'm happy, too, Bill.
Are you? Honest, Peg?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee. When I think that only 2 days
And I
ago,
wasn't even going to the dance.
I took one look at you.
Well, that's a song, Bill.
Oh, it's the truth. Oh, gosh, I'm happy about you, Pig. I'm happier than I've ever been in my whole life.
Happy. We have been happy.
Make perfect. Let's try that kiss again. Da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. We're not...
Oh, Bill. We're good.
You mean we're loud? Loud.
Don't drive so fast.
Oh, I'm in a hurry.
Why, Mr. Bone?
I'm on my way to get married. I'm on my way to get married.
Oh, Bill. They'll think you've been drinking.
I have. 4 Cokes, a double malted, 2 kisses, and a marriage license. Yippee!
Bill, behave yourself.
Oh, no. The bride and the bridegroom spent a happy night in jail. Hey.
Huh?
It's starting to rain. Shall I put the top up?
Oh, no, please.
Huh?
Want the rain in my face. Oh, it's wonderful, Bill. The wind and the rain. I feel as if I were flying.
Oh, Mrs. Angel.
You know, all my life I thought that if I ran away to get married, I'd be so frightened. But I'm not afraid the least little bit. I love you, Bill. And everything's wonderful, and I'm so happy. So happy. We've been so happy.
Should I, Peg? Should I?
Well, I don't know, Bill.
Well, speak up, Mrs. Connon, or forever have to hold your peace.
That's 30 cents already.
Oh, I was only warming up. One more time, and I know I can hit it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, mister, I'll try her again.
Yes, sir. Here you are, son. Once for a dime. Knock down the top bottle and win the little lady a great big, beautiful doll.
Okay, Peg. Here I go.
Oh, you hit it, Bill. You hit it.
I told you I would. Okay, mister, pay off.
What'll it be, little lady? A Kewpie or a Popeye?
Popeye.
Here you are.
Thank you.
You can do the same, ladies and gentlemen, with a great big, beautiful doll.
Bill, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Hey, let's sit down over here.
All right.
Oh,
Darling, you're wonderful.
wonderful. And hungry.
Oh, Bill, after 4 hot dogs, 3 sodas, and all those peanuts, you ought to be sick.
I am, but I'm hungry.
Bill.
Bottomless Bill from the Ozarks, that's me.
Bill, you're so crazy, and I love you so much.
You talk like that, and I'll kiss you right in the middle of the midway.
Double dare you.
Hey, maybe there's a law against kissing your own bride.
Maybe there's a law against being so happy.
You got the prettiest little funny face.
You know, I used to think that when I got married, I'd be going to the French Riviera, Honolulu, and, well, you know, places like that, and here I am, Luna Park.
Oh, Peg.
No, darling, you don't understand. I like it. I'm happy about it. Why, I'll bet there are thousands of women who've been to all those famous places who'd give every minute of it to be in my place with someone she loves and who loves her. Women are really awfully simple people, darling. They want love. And I've you, and I'm happy. Terribly happy.
Go home. Tell your husband, be happy, be happy, be happy.
I could be happy. Mother. Peggy Connon. Mother. Mother. Mother, mother. My mother. Mother.
You mark my words, he'll never make a good living for you, never. No drive, no ambition, a worthless young man. Never make a good living for you, Peggy. You'll never have anything. You mark my words. Just mark my words. For the last time, listen to me, daughter. Now, if you marry that boy, you'll cry a great deal more, believe me. Oh, stop crying, Peggy, and listen to me. Someday you'll be a mother, and you'll understand that I'm telling you these things for your own sake. When you have children of your own, you'll understand.
Understand what, Mother? Understand what? Should I understand now? If you were alive, could you make me understand now? Well, Bill's all right. He's all right, I tell you. It's just that he used to laugh. Laughed all the time. But how can he laugh now?
Rent, gas, dentist, light, coffee. Rent, gas, dentist, light, coffee. Bill.
That's what I don't understand, Mother. Doesn't the world want people like Bill who can laugh? Must everyone be wonderful at making money? Isn't there a place for people like Bill who don't want a great deal? Can't things be so that they can make the little they need without growing so old and tired they forget what it is to laugh? And be happy at just being
alive.
Fine mess. We're in a fine mess. Where will we get the money? Where will we get the money, Peggy? Where will we get the
No.
money?
Gotta stop thinking things like that. Got to. Think about him.
Shine, lady. Shine, mister. Shine.
What will he be?
Tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, brief candle light, but a walking shadow. A poor...
Oh, no! No.
And so, my fellow citizens, standing here in profound humility, where so many of our truly great have stood, all there is left to say is this. In accepting this high office, and in assuming the leadership of our great nation in these troubled times, I pledge myself...
No.
In that moment, he realized he no longer loved semicolon. In that moment, the past with her, comma, last year, hyphen, drenched moment, comma.
Maybe.
And so it is with a great deal of pride that this network brings to you the premiere radio performance of the world's premier violinist, David Conant.
Maybe.
And my diagnosis of the patient only confirms my profound belief that such diseases can be cured.
Maybe.
So, an investment of these issues with my concern will net you a profit of not less than the sum of twice your investment.
Oh, no. Oh,
Silly Peggy.
You used to say that, didn't you, Mother? Silly Peggy. Because I laughed at the wrong time. Maybe I laughed then. Maybe I'm laughing now because I'm afraid.
It's happened to women for millions of years.
No, not that. Pain goes quickly, I know it, but... Bill. What'll Bill say? No, stop thinking. Stop thinking. Walk slowly. Very slowly. What was I thinking? Oh, yes, my boy. I'll be so much wiser by the time he grows up. Give him advice.
Yes, Mother. Of course, Mother. Yes, I'm listening. You're wonderful, Mother. Oh, you're right, Mother. Just as you say, Mother.
No, not like that.
You're wrong, Mother. I will not, Mother. I won't do it, Mother. No, Mother.
No, not that way.
Why, Mother? Explain, Mother. Tell me if you know, Mother. Why is it like that, Mother?
Yes. Look like. What will he look like?
Lovely child.
May I hold him? Looks like you.
His father's hair. Beautiful child. Beautiful child.
Beautiful child. Yes, why not? Why not? David Conant. Beautiful child.
Baseball, read all about it. War crisis, war in Europe. Read all about it.
War.
Baby.
Bill, what if he says it?
Read the newspapers, I tell you. Read the newspapers. There's your answer. Raise them up so they can blow them up. The answer's in your newspapers, I tell you, Peg. Raise them up to blow them up.
What can I answer him? I'm not good at answers. If Bill says that, what'll I say?
So I said to him, I said, Joe, I will not go for a ride. And he said, why not? And I said, why should I? And he said, well, if you don't, when will you? So I give him a smile, you know. And he said, you look here, Helen Young, if you think I'm...
Girl. Maybe it'll be a girl. Yes, why not? Girl.
Mother. A lovely girl. Mother, you think my dress hangs right. Isn't it too long? Or is it too short? Don't you think I would have it made a little freer here?
No wars. Killing, dying, just...
Mother, do you think I ought to go out with him after what he said to me? Mother, I don't think that's a good school. Really, I don't.
Cannon fodder,
Mother.
bomb fodder.
You
Raise them strong and blow them up. What's the good of it, Peg? What's the good of it?
No, can't be like that. Not with a girl.
Ruth.
No.
Anna.
No.
Nina.
No.
Elizabeth.
No.
Carol.
Yes. Carol Connon.
Carol Connon, the season's
Carol
prettiest
Connon,
debutante.
brilliant
Carol
young-
Connon, beautiful young. Carol Connon's nationally known.
What could she be?
Mother, do you know all about babies? You know. After all, look at me. Well, I was wondering about Junior. He won't eat his cereal. He won't touch his bottle. I don't know what to do. I simply don't know what to do.
Maybe.
Carol Connon, opera, tonight. Curtain, 8:30.
Yes.
Isn't he wonderful, Bill?
My daughter.
And you didn't want...
My daughter.
Oh, you'd be so proud of her, Bill. You would. Almost there. Walk slower. Oh, Bill, don't get angry when I tell you. God, don't let him be angry. I couldn't stand it if he yelled at me. I couldn't. I'm afraid. Bill, if you knew I was afraid, you'd help me, wouldn't you? Afraid of you. That's not right, is it? Walk slower. Walk slower. If, when I get there, Bill, and you look at me, if then, for the first time in my life, I can say everything I've been thinking before you have a chance to say anything, then you'll understand how I feel, and because you love me, you won't say anything that'll hurt me, and you'll take me in your arms. Oh, Bill, but I can only think things. I can never say them clearly when they should be said. Maybe everybody's like I am, talk when it's too late. But this time I've got to talk now, right away, the minute I get in the house, because if you talk first and say things that hurt me, you and I will never... Oh, Bill, all I want is to be happy, just a little. Everything's so mixed up all over the world that... Bill, all I know, all I want is...
You say something, Mrs. Connon?
Oh, Mr. Tomasi.
What's the matter? You walk right past the house, huh? Yeah, maybe you're thinking you don't live here no more, huh?
I was so preoccupied, I didn't notice.
Sure was a hot day, huh, Mr. Connon?
Yes, it was. I don't like to go in.
Oh, but your husband, he's at home, huh?
Home?
Sure, he come about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to see him go upstairs.
It is late, isn't it?
Sure. You put it in the girl, but when a husband come home from work and a wife is not at home, sometimes you get a plenty mad, huh? I bet you're scared, huh?
I'd better go up.
Hey, I'm going to come up and put his stone and fix that water faucet.
All right.
Yeah, who's going to stop?
You think I'm afraid of you? Go on and hit me. Hit me.
Will you shut up?
I'll talk all I want to talk.
Oh, yeah?
What else have I got to do with this stuff but talk? I'm sick of this down here. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
Baby,
Good evening, Mrs. Connon.
Good evening, Mr. Gold. You're playing very well tonight.
Yeah. In 60 years, even a fool learns to do something.
Oh. go to sleep. Just a little bit. Oh, good evening, Miss Conlon. Hot tonight, yeah?
Yes. The baby all right?
Oh, yeah, lots better. See?
It's so tiny, isn't it?
You like a baby, Miss Conlon?
Well,
Yeah, I know. They look like lots of trouble, but you bet you for people what got little babies, the whole world.
Yes.
Believe me, baby's good. Good. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Maslow.
Baby, 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 baby. Peggy, is that... Peg.
Bill.
Gosh, Peg, where you been? I've been word stiff.
Was it just walking?
I got home. There was nobody here. I was ready to do a calling all cars, so help me. What, are you going to stand here by the door all night? What's the matter, Peg? Oh, honest, I don't care if there isn't any dinner. Yeah, I'm so full of love for you tonight, one potato to me, and I'd pop like a kid's balloon.
Bill, I want to
No,
tell you...
wait, I'm going to tell you.
Me?
Yeah, come on over by the window. Phew, it's hot. There, that's better. Nice breeze to keep you cool while I burn you up with the news right off the press.
News. Bill,
Flash. Ambition comes to Billy Connon.
Bill, if you'd let me tell you...
How can you tell me when I'm trying to tell you? Now listen, sweet funny face. Today, the great lords of industry unlocked the octopus long enough to hand Billy Connon, now hold your breath, $5 more a week.
Bill, I've got...
Yes, so help me, $5. Oh, isn't that terrific, Peg? We move right into the upper brackets, got everything we want.
Bill, please listen to me.
Yeah, sure, as soon as I finish my say. Now, I got to say it, Peg, because I've been kind of getting up steam to say it all the way home from the office. Now, all this may sound a little screwy to you, but here goes.
Bill, I want to tell you today...
Oh, please, funny face, don't interrupt to tell me about the bargain you saw today, because, well, if I stop talking, I'll lose my nerve, and then maybe I won't ever say it again. Peg, this $5 a week. Now, that's over $250 a year. And I began thinking right away how we could spend it.
Spend?
Yeah, you know me. So I got thinking about maybe we get another car. But the old jalape's pretty good yet, and then I thought maybe we could take a cottage someplace. But then I don't get a vacation until next year. So, then I got thinking... Why, heck, what's the matter with me? Why should I be afraid to talk to you?
There's no reason to be afraid. Is there, Bill?
Of course not. See, what I'm trying to say is that... Well, look at the newspaper headlines.
The war, yes, I thought
we're all going to smash, maybe. So I got thinking, the heck with it. There isn't time enough to go anywhere or plan anything, and who wants money anyway? So, how can we spend it to make both of us really happy? You know, to make our lives... I mean, if one of us should die before the other, make our lives mean something.
Mean something.
Oh, Peg, I got to say it faster. I won't be able to say it at all. Peg, let's spend the money for a kid. Well, Peg, what do you look at me like that for? Oh, I know we never talked about it, but... Well, I was kind of scared of the idea, and I didn't know if you'd want one. Well, Peg, for Pete's sake, say something. Looking at me. Well, what did you want to tell me before? Say that at least.
Oh, Bill. Bill. Wait till you hear.
Not so soon, are you?
This is your host, Stephen Dark, welcoming you to Dark Arts Horror Radio, broadcasting from beyond the grave.
Edgar Allan Poe wrote Spirits of the Dead with a pen dipped in warm blood. You will see the ultimate in terror with this important all-star cast. Brigitte Bardot, Alain Delon, Jane Fonda, Terence Stamp, and Peter Fonda in Edgar Allan Poe's Spirits of the Dead. Only Poe's demented genius could bring to the screen such horror and evil. Spirits of the Dead stars Brigitte Bardot, Alain Delon, Jane Fonda, Terence Stamp, and Peter Fonda. Directed by three masters of the cinema, Federico Fellini, Louis Malle, and Roger Vadim. Spirits of the Dead is an adventure in terror beyond your wildest nightmares. Spirits of the Dead in color is rated R.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Sea Phantom.
Terrible storm on this coast. The ship was heading for safer waters when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. The ship heeled around and started towards her.
As they were getting close to her, suddenly the ship hit a submerged rock that tore open her hull. No one had a chance. For in a matter of minutes, the ship and all hands were lost.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Sea Phantom. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
The house stands on one of 2 points of land that stretch out into the ocean, forming a small bay of the water and the shore between them. The tides rise and fall. The waves roll in inexorably. Sometimes the wind shrieks and howls in anger. On a calm day when the ocean is at peace with man and the soft sea breezes blowing off the water, there's no more beautiful spot in all the world. But when the sea is angry and the winds whip it into a raging fury and the sky is filled with black swirling clouds, then you would believe that you were in another world. And you would also believe the stories they tell. Don Fleming was an artist, and I, a writer. And through the years, we'd become good friends. Oftentimes, we would take trips together around the country, to Europe or South America. He to paint, I to write. And when we had finished with the day's work, well, we managed to have some pretty good times together. How we came to rent that house in Maine on the rocky coast of the Atlantic, I still don't know. But we did, and it was there the story I tell you begins.
Awful nice of you to come out here with us, Mr. Loman.
Well, I was coming out anyway. Got to see old Mrs. Green about some business, so I figured I might as well drive out with you fellas. Make sure you get settled nice and comfortable like.
Well, we appreciate it, Mr. Loman.
Oh, it ain't nothing at all. You're that writer fella, huh? That Larry Reardon?
Oh, that's right.
Read one of your stories in a magazine just the other day. Pretty good.
Thanks.
And what about you, young fella? What do you do?
I'm an artist.
Painter, eh?
Yes, he is. And a very good one.
Only thing I know about painting concerns houses and barns and boats. That's the only painting I ever done.
You're probably a lot better off.
I expect so. Well, here's the house. Better pull up. It's a beautiful house. Always come out here when I rent it to folks. Yeah. Here's the key.
Thanks.
And I want to thank you for driving me out here. I'll go on down to Mrs. Green's now. Drop in now and then, see how you're getting along.
Thanks, Mr. Loman.
And, in case you see anything down in that bay, don't you worry none. It won't hurt you, as long as you leave it alone.
Both Don and I thought he was joking when he said that. He disappeared down the road, and we moved everything into the house. Ah, it was a beautiful old place, spacious and bright, standing like a lonely sentinel on the point overlooking the ocean. And in the days that followed, we were too busy to think about his words. Both Don and I seemed to be, well, inspired, if you'll allow me to use that. And his painting was almost half finished, while my story was well along the way. Not until a week after we arrived did we realize what was happening. It was late in the evening. We stood outside the house, looking down at the ocean.
Larry?
What?
Something's happening.
Oh? How do you mean?
My painting. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not painting it. It seems like someone or something is moving my hand. I make no conscious effort when I stand before that easel. Brush seems to be alive.
That's what's been happening to me with my story. You know, usually I have to think and plot ahead for hours before I can write a word. But it's been different with this story. Don, it's writing itself.
What's it about?
Oh, about a phantom ship that sails forever.
You haven't seen my canvas, have you?
Well, why?
Because that's what I'm painting. The phantom ship.
Strange coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. Listen.
I heard it.
It's a woman's voice, crying for help.
And it came from somewhere down in that bay.
There's nothing down there, Larry. I know.
Hello? Anybody home?
Who's that over there? It's Mr. Loman. Oh. Oh, and look, there's a woman with him.
Hey, thought I'd drop in and say hello. How you getting along?
Fine, Mr. Loman.
This here's Mrs. Green. These are those two I was telling you about, Maud. Mr. Reardon and Mr. Fleming.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
How you getting along?
Oh, pretty well. Say, by the way, when you were coming up here, did you hear anyone calling from down in that bay?
No, not a thing.
It was a woman's voice. You didn't call, did you, Mrs. Green?
No.
Now, then we probably were mistaken.
No, you weren't. You heard something, all right.
You know who it was?
Yep. It was the girl.
What girl?
The girl on the ship.
But there's no ship down there.
Yes, but there will be.
What do you mean, Loman?
You tell him, Maud.
All right, Simon. Well, it was almost 100 years ago, Mr. Fleming. There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship, the Sea Mist, was forced into this bay. They were heading for shore when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. They heeled around and started toward her. Then the ship hit a submerged rock that tore a gaping hole in her hull. Well, the Sea Mist went down in a matter of minutes. And all hands were lost.
But how could anyone?
It's true, believe me. Folks saw it on the shore. Saw the girl appear and the ship go down. No one knew where she came from.
But who was she?
Well, people said she was the captain's dead wife. The woman he murdered 20 years before. And that she vowed vengeance on all men. That's why I told you if you saw anything down that bay to pay no attention to it.
Oh, we haven't seen anything. We only heard her voice.
Now, you'll see the ship. Don't you worry about that.
The waves seem to be rolling in much stronger than they were before. There it is again.
Yep. That's her, all right.
I can't see any. Wait a minute. Down there, Larry, see? Yes. A sailing ship under full canvas. The girl. She must be in trouble. Why don't we go down there? Right, there's a rowboat down there.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I'm going to see what's down there.
I'm telling you, don't go.
Come on, guys. Right.
Don't go, I tell you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Don and I went down the trail as fast as we could, even though it was steep and treacherous. As we neared the water, the spray from the breaking waves filled the air, and falling down on the rocks made it slippery and wet. Those waves look pretty strong. Yeah, but nothing to worry about, though. All right. You ready with the oars? Right. Now shove us off, then. Okay. The ship's still there? Yeah. Can you see anyone? No. Well, it shouldn't take us too long to get out to it. Then we'll see if anyone's aboard. Seems to be quieting down. Yeah. Can you make out her name? Let me see. It says Sea Mist. That's the one they told us about. Yes, I know. Hey, watch it. We're getting close. Well, we're here. I'll beach these oars. Think I should try hailing her? Yeah, might as well. All right. Hello, Sea Mist. There's no answer. Maybe they didn't hear you. Look, we pulled up right alongside this rope ladder. We might as well board her. Yeah, I suppose so. You know, Loman's crazy with that story of his about this being a phantom ship. It's the most solidly built ghost ship I've ever seen. Say, you sure you tied our boat securely? Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. Up and over. Yeah. Want a hand on? No. I can make it, Larry. Anybody on board? Wonder why no one answered. I don't know. has to be someone aboard the ship. She couldn't have sailed into this bay by herself.
Of course not. And she's in such good condition. They must have built her recently. Probably for a celebration of some kind.
Only there's one thing, Larry.
What?
Why should I paint a ship exactly like this, even to the name? And I hadn't even seen her. And why should you write about one?
I don't know. Look, you think we better take a look around?
I'm not sure it would be a good idea.
Well, we can't stand down here and... Don.
Yeah?
Look up at the sails.
They're all unfurled.
They're catching the wind. Where are you going? Take a look over the side. There's no wake.
What?
Don, the sails are full, but there's no wake. The ship's not moving. Now, how can a ship be under full sail? Where?
Over there. On the captain's deck.
A skeleton. Lashed to the wheel.
Larry, that wasn't there when we first boarded the ship.
It could have been. We might not have seen it.
Maybe not, but I think we better get off this thing.
That's not a bad idea.
But you will join us when we come for you.
Larry.
Yes, I heard you.
There's something here with us.
But I can't see anything.
Nothing. Except that skeleton lashed to the wheel.
You will join us.
Let's get back to shore.
All right, let's go.
I hope our boat...
Don't worry, it's there. I can see it.
Maybe Lowen was right. Yeah. Maybe this is a phantom ship.
We will come for you.
We're coming, Lowen.
Well, we were worried about you. We thought maybe you wouldn't come back.
What happened out there?
Yeah. What happened?
We boarded her.
And? What happened?
Well...
Listen.
She's calling to you again.
Let's go into the house.
Good idea. You shouldn't have gone out there.
Yeah, we know that now.
Looks like it's going to blow up the storm.
Yeah, it's clouding over very badly. We'll go into the front room.
I'll have to be leaving soon, Simon.
I'll take you back home, Ma. Don't worry. I'm just interested in finding out what happened.
What did happen out there?
Well, like Don said, we boarded the ship.
What was its name?
The Sea Mist.
That's the one, all right.
And then what happened?
Well, we looked over part of the main deck, but couldn't find anyone on board.
Did you go down inside?
No.
Good thing you didn't. You mightn't have come up.
We didn't see anyone by the wheel when we first boarded her, Oman. But suddenly, when we turned around, we saw a skeleton lashed to the wheel.
And then we heard a voice. A woman's. A whispering voice saying, "You will join us when we come for you."
Do you know what that means?
No.
I'll tell you then. Like I said, you shouldn't have gone out there. If you hadn't, nothing would have happened.
Well, nothing actually has happened yet. Just that we went out there, and while we were on board, we heard a voice.
That's just the beginning.
What do you mean?
What do you think she calls out for help for? She don't need help. She wants to get you out there, out to that ship. She's got her eyes set on one of you, or maybe both.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what I've heard. Now, mind you, I never saw it myself, and Maud hasn't either. But they say she's always looking for men for her crew, that she or the mate of the Sea Phantom will come to get you if ever you set foot on the ghost ship.
Loman, you can't mean what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I can. Like I said, I never saw it myself, but I've heard folks tell about it. And I've known men to disappear and never show up again. Remember what she said. You will join us when we come for you.
When we come for you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Outside, the weather was getting worse. The sound of the waves washing up against the rocky shore became louder. The wind became stronger. Four of us were in the front room of the house Don and I had rented. Simon Loman had just said...
And I've known men to disappear and never show up again.
He's telling you the truth.
What should we do?
I wouldn't know what to suggest.
Well, we can leave.
No, it won't do you no good. She'll catch you sooner or later. If I was you, I'd stay right here. She's going to take one of you. Or maybe both.
You'd better take me home, Simon.
All right, folks.
I'm pleased to have met you, both of you.
Same here, Mrs. Green.
Let's go, Simon.
As soon as I take her home, I'll come back. Maybe I can help you some way. Now, be careful.
What are we going to do, Larry? Listen, maybe he's only trying to scare us. To play a trick on the smart city slickers. We've only got his story to go on. And the woman. Well, maybe she was in on it. Yeah, of course that's possible. Look, someone could have been on that ship when we went out there. And they could have waited until we weren't looking, then gone out and lashed that thing to the wheel, and then they could have hidden and called out the words we heard. Why should they go to so much trouble to do anything like that? It's for a practical joke. It doesn't sound reasonable. I know, but it's possible. Yes, it's possible. And I think that's just what they have done. There is going to be a storm tonight. Yeah, bad one. I still can't believe that they'd go to all that trouble. Look, haven't we done the same thing on occasion? But we didn't go to such... Of course we did. Now, forget it. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Loman didn't send someone else out here tonight to tell us that the woman was waiting for us. It's starting to rain. I wonder if Loman will be back tonight. Well, he said he would. I don't know. But I'm not so sure he will. Listen. Yes, I heard it. This is a joke. Why don't they stop it? Take it easy, Doc. How can I take it easy? I've had all of this I can take. There it is again. Where are you going? I'm going to take a look out the window. You see anything? No. Wait a minute. What's the matter? There's someone coming towards the door. Well, it's probably Loman. No, I don't think so. He couldn't have taken Mrs. Green down to her house and returned in so short a time. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Who is it, Larry? Who is that man coming towards the house? I don't know. Unless they're carrying through that joke of theirs. Well, you're right. I open it. Larry? What? It's clothes. What about them? They're not modern. He's wearing clothing worn by sailors almost 100 years ago. He's at the door. Okay, I'll let him in. Yes?
I want to come in.
Why?
I've come for him.
For whom?
The man with the brush.
What are you talking about?
The crew was short one hand. That's why we put in here.
Look, I've had just about enough of this. This thing has gone too far. You go back and tell Loman to stop his little joke, or I'll stop it for him.
I came for the man with the brush. She said she wants him.
Get out of here.
Get out of here!
I want to get away from here, Larry. I will leave tomorrow. Tonight? All right. We'll leave tonight. Come on, let's start packing. No packing. We'll just leave. If we want anything here, we can come back when it's daylight. All right. He's back. I warned him.
Here, let me in. Quick.
Loman, I want to talk to you.
Sure. What about it?
Look, this thing has gone far enough, this joke of yours.
Huh? What joke?
Trying to frighten us with that hullabaloo about a ghost ship and then sending him out here.
Who?
That sailor in the costume.
Listen to me. I didn't send anyone here.
Look how stupid you think we are.
I don't know, but I didn't send anyone here.
Then who was he?
I don't know any more than you do.
And that story you told us was true.
Every word of it.
I'm going to get out of here.
Don! He's running the wrong way. Going towards the edge of the cliff. We got to stop him. Don! Come back!
I'm leaving now.
You're running the wrong way.
He can't hear us.
We've got to stop him.
Loman, there's someone else out there, too.
Look out, Don! It won't do you no good to look anymore.
Now that Loman, he fell over the cliff. He should be down here on the rocks.
You won't find his body down here.
You saw him fall, so did I. And she went over with him.
That's right. We saw them both go over. But we're not going to find them down here. If we could only see out onto the bay now, you'd know what I mean.
Why?
She needed a man for her crew. She has him now. And the ship's gone and won't be back again. till she needs someone else.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The box. We came. Now you must come with us. Taste our pleasures.
Visit darkentertainments.com for more Halloween horror.
All that you will see, but we are allowed to tell you of a few scenes. You will see beautiful girls tortured in the love lab of evil, and you will see uncensored scenes from the nightmares of a weirdo. We must stop now, as we are allowed to tell no more. Fiend for Flesh pulls no punches and is definitely not for children. If you have an impressionable teenager, do not allow him to see Fiend for Flesh. You may faint, you may cry, but you will spend many sleepless nights after you see Fiend for Flesh. This is not an advertising stunt, but a sincere warning. We wanted you to know what to expect.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Diamonds of Death.
What's that?
A cat. Probably a tiger somewhere in the jungle.
Oh, it frightens me. Are you sure they won't attack our camp?
The campfire alone is enough to keep them at a good distance. Don't worry, Sharon. You'll be safe. Listen. Yes, native drums.
Somehow they sound ominous.
They only sound ominous if you believe them to be. The diamonds bring death. Just a wounded animal screaming out.
Oh, no. No, there was something else.
Do you think the jungle has a voice, Frau Courtney? That is only for children to believe.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Diamonds of Death. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
Vince Porter had just returned from a business trip to Caracas. He called me shortly after his plane landed and said that it was important that Sharon and I come over to his hotel that evening. I tried to get more information out of him, but had no success. At 8:30 that evening, we were in his apartment, and there began the story I am telling you. Good to see you, Vince.
Glad to be back, Jeff. Sharon, you're looking lovelier than ever.
Oh, always there with a compliment, Vince. Now, why don't you say nice things like that to me, Jeff?
I'm married to you, darling.
There's someone else here that I want you to meet.
Well, you sounded so mysterious over the phone, I'd almost think you were guarding some great secret.
Well, it's a secret, all right. I'm going to tell you what it's all about tonight. These are the people I told you about, Carl. A pleasure. Sharon and Jeff Courtney, Carl von Ornfeld.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Have you told them anything yet? No. Sit down, kids. Make yourselves comfortable.
Now, what's it all about, Vince?
Oh, show it to them, Carl.
Yeah.
What is it?
It looks like a diamond, but it can't be. I've never seen a diamond that large.
It not only looks like a diamond, it is one, Jeff. The largest diamond in the world.
You're not trying to joke with us, are you, Vince?
No, I'm not.
Where did you get it?
From a man I befriended in Caracas. He gave it to me.
Well, that's worth a fortune. What would he want to give it to you for? He certainly could use it himself.
Not where he is.
What do you mean?
The man who gave the diamond to Herr Porter is dead.
Oh? Well, I hope you'll excuse me if I seem a little dense, but I'd appreciate hearing the story from beginning to end.
All right, Jeff. I met this man. His name was George Maupetit, a Frenchman, at the hotel in which I was staying in Caracas. He was a strange man, seemed to be afraid of his own shadow. One night, it was quite late, he knocked at my door. He asked me if I'd let him come inside for a while, that he had reason to believe his life was in danger. I couldn't refuse him, of course. That was the first time I saw the diamond. He said he'd been with a hunting party that had gone deep into the Belgian Congo and stumbled upon a strange race of white men who worshipped a huge stone idol on the bank of the Congo River near the equator. They made offerings to this idol, and the offerings were diamonds. His party waited until the ceremony was over. When the people had gone, they took all the diamonds they could carry with them and started back to civilization. But one by one, the men in his party died, until he was the only survivor. He felt sure that he was being followed and took passage for Caracas. That was when he met me.
Then what happened?
Well, 2 days later, he again came to my room. Carl was there with me. He gave me the diamond, said I was to keep it for him. That if anything happened to him, it was mine to do with as he wished.
Well, evidently something did happen to him.
Yes, early the next morning, they found him dead in his room.
How had he died?
No one knew.
It was quite unusual. 3 doctors examined him, and not one of them could tell us how he died or what caused his death. George Maupetit had just stopped living.
And so you have the diamond?
Yes, that's right.
What are you going to do with it?
Keep it and go into the Congo and look for these people he told me about.
Won't it be dangerous?
Yes, but I don't expect it to be too dangerous. We ought to be able to get back in one piece, eh, Carl?
Yeah. And when we come back, we will bring with us as many diamonds as we can carry.
Oh, that's the reason you're going in.
Yes.
Why have you told us all this?
Because I want you to go with us. What about it?
I don't know.
Think, Mr. Courtney. When we return, all of us will be millionaires.
What do you think, Sharon?
It's your decision, Jeff, not mine.
Well, Mr. Courtney?
I'll go with you.
Then I'm going too.
You'd better stay.
Oh, no, I won't be any trouble, believe me.
Vince?
She can come with us.
As long as she makes no trouble for us.
No, don't worry. I can take care of myself.
All right, then it's settled.
I just thought of something.
What?
Well, this is going to cost a lot of money. Where's it coming from?
From the diamond we already have. We are going to sell it.
I guess that takes care of all the answers.
All of them. And it is agreed that we share in the diamonds equally, 1/4 share for each.
I like that.
You bet you will. We'll leave as soon as we can get ourselves clear.
Oh, it seems such a shame. Jeff.
What's the matter?
Look at the diamond.
I don't see anything.
It's shining so strangely. Before it was dull in color. But now look at it. Gleaming and shining as if there was something inside of it. There was alive.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
A month later, we took off from New York bound for Dakar. There, we changed planes, and several hours later found us in Leopoldville, where we bought a car and a truck and our provisions, hired 3 native men to come with us, and set out on the last leg of our trip. The roads were good for the first 500 miles, but eventually we were forced to abandon the car and truck and set out on foot.
How much farther have we to go?
About 250 kilometers.
I've been noticing the natives we brought with us. They seem to be getting nervous and afraid.
Yes, I've heard stories about the idol in the jungle and they're afraid of it. They say to go near it means misfortune. To steal from it means death.
What's that?
A cat. Probably a tiger somewhere in the jungle who has just found his dinner.
Oh, it frightens me.
It's nothing to be afraid of, Sharon. We can protect ourselves. We have all the guns and ammunition we need.
I was wondering, Vince, you don't think there's any danger of the natives taking off some night and heading back?
I don't know.
They don't know where we're heading, do they?
No, but they do know it's in the general direction of the Stanley Falls. I think that's what's making them nervous.
I should think the closer we get to the falls, the more apt they'll be to desert us.
They will die if they try to desert us when we get close to the falls. I will see to that.
You mean you'd shoot them down?
Not really, but I will say that to them if need be. They will think twice then before they try so foolish a thing.
Elephant.
Are you sure the animals won't attack our camp?
The campfire alone is enough to keep them at a good distance. Don't worry, Sharon. You'll be safe.
I hope so.
Listen.
Yes. Native drums.
Somehow they sound ominous.
They only sound ominous if you believe them to be.
What's going on out there?
Just a wounded animal screaming out.
Oh, no. No, there was something else.
I heard it, too. A voice that spoke from the jungle.
You're imagining it.
I don't know.
Do you think the jungle has a voice, Herr Courtney? That is only for children to believe.
We pushed ahead in the days that followed. The deeper into the jungle we went, the more difficult was it for us to travel. And the drums. The jungle messenger who throbbed out before us that we were coming to steal the diamonds from the idol.
Now, according to the map, we should reach the river tomorrow. This is the spot the Frenchman said where we would find the idol. This is the end of our trail.
We'll all be rich.
But will we be alive to enjoy it?
Of course we will.
I'm beginning to wonder. The drums. Those are the same drums we've heard ever since we started into the jungle. They know we're coming. They're waiting for us.
You notice that every time those drums start up, it seems to drive the animals mad? They're comparatively quiet until the drums start beating.
They do seem to get angry when the drums begin.
I say to you, the diamonds bring death.
There it is again.
There, what is?
The voice.
Nonsense. You heard nothing but the animals and the drums.
Didn't anyone else hear it?
I thought I heard something. I'm not sure.
I think you're tired and nervous, Sharon. We all need a good night's sleep. In the morning, you'll feel a great deal better, I'm sure.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
They're going as fast as they can, Carl.
They are afraid, and their fear makes their feet lag.
Why don't you relax, Carl? We're almost there.
Because I won't be satisfied. Look. The idol of the diamonds.
Why, it must be 100 feet tall.
Standing up with its legs outspread and its arms stretched forward as if it were waiting to greet us.
There's something frightening about it.
Look.
Where?
Over there. There's a man coming toward us.
Put your gun down, Carl.
What do the strangers want?
We have come to see the idol.
The idol has seen you, and you have seen it?
You speak English?
Yes. Some of your countrymen have stumbled upon our secret. From them we learned your talk.
We come as friends.
Friends? Of all those who have come here, none came as friends. They came to steal the diamonds from the idol.
What's that noise?
Time will teach you. You say you come as friends. If so, you will be treated as friends. If not, then the diamonds will be your death. Come, follow me. I shall take you to my village.
I guess we're to spend the night here.
Well, they seem friendly enough.
Strange how they all disappeared when it became dark. Oh, the whole village seems to be deserted.
What fools we are. Of course. This is the night of the full moon. This is the night they make the offerings to the idol. The village is deserted. Listen. I am going to see the ceremony.
We'll all go.
Do not make any noise then. Come.
All right, let's out.
Don't go so fast. Be quiet. They must not hear us. They must not know we are watching them.
They must be getting close.
Yeah, we are.
I can see something ahead.
Yes, through the trees.
The whole village is there.
And look, each man walks to the idol and sits at its feet. Diamonds.
What's the matter?
They've stopped chanting.
Strangers, we know that you watch us. Step out into the clearing, but always remember that if you betray our trust, death will reach out and touch you, and the power of the diamond idol will destroy you, even as it has destroyed all others who have betrayed us. Strangers, step out into the clearing.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
We had followed the sound of the chanting, and it brought us to the riverbank, to the clearing in which the idol stood, white and tall, rising up into the sky. We thought they weren't aware of our presence, but we were wrong.
Strangers, step out into the clearing.
They know we're here. Let's do as he says.
Right.
Don't try anything, Carl.
That is as far as you can come. Stop there. You have followed us, strangers. You say you are interested in the idol of diamonds? Then you may stay here. You may watch the ceremonial offering.
Here is the diamond that places the idol's feet.
No expression on their faces, just walking towards the idol, as if they were hypnotized.
Later, when the village is asleep, we shall return to this place. And when we leave, we shall take with us all the diamonds we can carry.
And now I leave you. You will spend the rest of the night here.
Thank you.
Make no attempt to steal the diamonds, for the idol will raise up in wrath and bring the fury of the jungle down upon your heads. He will raise his voice in anger, and there will be no escape from him, for the fever of the curse will be upon you, and you shall die.
I understand, Buddha.
It is my hope that you do. May we meet again on the morrow.
Well, let's go inside the hut.
All right.
What do you think, Vince?
I don't know, Jeff.
He said if the diamonds are stolen, Ida will cry out in anger and death will be our reward. I believe him.
So do I.
I think they're right, Carl. I think we should leave here just the way we came.
You think I came all this way so that I could turn around and go back to civilization empty-handed? You're mad if you think that.
Think of George Maupassant.
Maupassant died of a fever.
That's what we thought he died of. But it wasn't caused by the jungle. It was caused by the power of the diamond idol.
You are a superstitious fool.
Quiet. Do you want the whole village down on our heads?
All right. I say to you, we came here for diamonds. We leave here with diamonds.
I'm not taking any.
Yes, right.
And I agree with him.
All right. Let it be that way then. Perhaps it is better that way. For in the end, I would have been the only one left.
What do you mean?
That when we got near the edge of the jungle, I was going to kill you. Because I wanted them all, not just 1/4. But now you said you want none of the diamonds. That means I own them all. And you will help me carry my diamonds back. You and the native porters we brought with us.
That's where you're mistaken, Carl. We're not going to help you carry them back.
Oh, but you are.
He has a gun.
And I will not hesitate to use it.
You're a fool.
You are the fools, not I. Now, my gun is ready to talk for me. The village is asleep now. We will go back to the clearing and get the diamonds. Move. I said move.
Yes.
That is correct. The native workers we brought with us are in the next hut. You will get them. Tell them that we are leaving. They will be more than glad to come with us. Now get your packs, and we shall go.
We can't possibly carry any more diamonds.
You are not carrying enough.
It'll have to be enough, Carl. If the natives are loaded down, they can hardly walk. Our packs are just as heavy.
We can't take any more.
It is a shame to leave them here. But then, one can always return without his companions, of course.
It's a long trail back from Arnberg, and you'll have to sleep sometime.
We shall see about that. Now let us go. Move along! To think that you believe the story he told us. What fools you all are.
Maybe. Maybe not.
They do not even know that we have gone.
What's that?
I don't know.
And the idol shall raise his voice in anger. And there will be no escape from him.
Listen.
They do know that we're gone, Carl.
Then you must hurry. The first one who slows down shall answer to me.
Sounds as if the whole jungle is awake.
Hurry! Move quicker! Start to run!
We have to stop to rest. We've been traveling like this for 2 hours.
You cannot rest.
Even you're tired, Carl. We must rest or we won't be able to go on much longer.
Oh, please.
For your own good, too. If we don't rest along the way, we'll drop down in our tracks and we won't be able to carry the diamonds out for you.
Stop then and rest. But do not try anything.
Don't worry. We won't. We won't have to.
Shut up.
Vince.
Yes?
Haven't we been here before?
Don't get you.
This is the spot we were in when they discovered us watching the ceremony.
Are you sure?
Yes. Just ahead of us, there should be a clearing. The clearing in which the idol stands.
We've been traveling in a circle.
What did you say?
We can go on now.
Then let us go. Move along. Move.
Yeah, you're right. The clearing is...
Something is wrong. We have been here before. We are back in the clearing. We have traveled in a circle. I must get away. I must.
The animal. It jumped out from behind the trees. You didn't have a chance.
How horrible.
Yes, it is horrible. But it was the death that he deserved.
We didn't want to take the diamonds, Luda.
I know. When you came here, the thought was in your mind. But you were wise in that you pushed it away from you. What are you going to do with us? You and your party may leave this place in peace. And when you return to your world of civilization, it would be better if you did not tell them of what has occurred here. But there will be others, even though you do not tell them. There will be others who come upon this place. Let us hope that they do as you have done. For if they steal from the diamond idol, death shall be visited upon them, and it may come in many forms. But it will come.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Horror Radio 24/7 365 is brought to you by darkentertainments.com.
If you'd like to see what Dudley Moore sees through his telescope, find out why he hits a police car, stings his nose, falls down a hill, and flies to Mexico, you're going to have to see 10. Oh, and you'll also find out what Bo Derek does to Ravel's Bolero. See 10 this Easter. It's still in the West End. Certificate X.
One of the most baffling of all scientific phenomena is the phenomenon known as stigmatization. And in spite of our inability to explain it, that it has occurred even in contemporary times can hardly be disputed.
More than 7 centuries have passed since St. Francis of Assisi, known during his lifetime merely as Brother Francis, went into the Apennine Mountains and with his disciples climbed Mount Alverno. There in a rude cell he fasted and prayed for 40 days and nights. The 40th day was September 14th, 1224, and it was the day the vision came to him. The vision of a winged seraph nailed to a cross. He invited his disciples into a cell to witness it, and one of them, looking down at him, cried,
This is no vision, Brother Francis. This is no dream. This is a miracle of God.
725 years is a long time. It is sufficient time for facts to be twisted and for legends to grow. But there is the written word of Pope Alexander IV that he saw evidence of the miracle with his own eyes. There is the testimony of those later men and women who underwent the same mystical experience. Benedict Arezzo of Bologna, and John Gray and Nicholas of Ravenna, and Anna Katharina Emmerich, the peasant girl of Munster. And if anyone still remains skeptical, then we must refer him to the newspapers of July 10th, 1922. For the miracle of St. Francis is not confined to the misty past. It happened again to an ordinary young girl named Mary Riley in the ordinary American town of Peekskill, New York. There, at the home of the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, Mary Riley awoke from a deep sleep and, feeling a sharp pain in her side, glanced down.
Mother, it has happened to me. It was there when I awoke, Mother. I had a strange dream, and then my side hurt me, and that awakened me. And it was there.
A cross of blood?
Yes. Just like St. Francis, isn't it, Mother?
The wounds of Christ appeared on him. On you it is a cross of blood. But there can be no question it is the same thing. The same miracle of God.
This is the phenomenon of stigmatization, the appearance on the body of wounds, either in the form of a cross or in the pattern of Christ's own wounds. Sometimes it has occurred during a cataleptic condition, sometimes only during a heavy sleep. But that it has occurred cannot be doubted, nor has its cause ever been satisfactorily explained. As far as our knowledge goes, it remains what it was in the days of St. Francis. A miracle. A miracle incredible but true.
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
As Hercule Poirot with Betty Davis, Jane Birkin, Lois Childs, Mia Farrow, Olivia Hussey, George Kennedy, Angela Lansbury, David Niven, Maggie Smith, and Jack Warden. And one of them is the murderer.
Everybody could have done it, and everybody had a reason for doing it.
Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile in the West End from Tuesday and selected cinemas throughout London from Sunday, October the 29th. Certificate A.
Welcome to the Black Mass.
Tonight, a ghost story by Ambrose Bierce. Here is The Moonlit Road.
You haven't touched your tea, Mr. Stephen. Shall I warm it?
Don't fuss, Ellen. Please don't fuss.
Sherry, then.
No, I have it here.
Well, this pillow'll be more comfortable.
Oh, Ellen, stop. I'm not helpless. Yet. What you can do is close the terrace window. There's a draft again.
Oh, Mr. Stephen, but the window's closed. There's no draft, not from here.
Not open? But I feel... Oh, yes, well... Never mind, then.
It's a chill you have, Mr. Stephen. And I'm going to have Billy fetch Dr. Benson.
For God's sake, stop, Ellen. Stop it. Get Billy to stoke up the fire, and that's all. Now, let me alone.
Yes, sir.
No. Not a draft? Well, they'll have the house to themselves now soon enough. As you can see, I am the most unfortunate of men. I am rich. I am respected and well-educated and, until just recently, of sound health. I'm the only child of Joel and Julia Hetman. My father was a well-to-do country gentleman. His wife, my mother, was a beautiful and obedient woman, to whom he was passionately attached with what I now can suspect was a jealous and exacting devotion. The details that I can relate hardly add up to a story. Indeed, they could fit together in any number of ways. I've imagined all sorts, with feelings so opposed that they've worn down finally to no feeling at all. Doesn't matter now. It ought never to have mattered. Briefly, then, I was a student at Yale. One day I received a telegram from my father of such urgency that in compliance with its unexplained demand, I left at once for home.
Father? Stephen. Stephen, this way. Stephen, it's terrible to have to tell you this way.
Well, tell me, for God's sake, what is it?
Your mother. It's your mother, Stephen.
What's happened? She's ill. Dying. Father, now what's happened?
She's dead, Stephen.
But how?
Murdered. Barbarously murdered.
Murdered? Why? By whom?
We don't know. We don't know. We don't know anything. I had gone to Nashville. I didn't expect to be back before the following afternoon. There was a complication, and I returned home the same night. It was late, nearly dawn. I found I had no latchkey. I didn't want to wake the servant, so I walked around to the back. I don't know why. The doors are always locked. But to my surprise, the back door was open. It was standing open, as if someone had just used it. I entered and went upstairs to your mother's room. In the darkness, I stumbled over her. I'll spare you the details, save to say that she was already dead. Strangulation.
But why? Was anything taken from the house?
Nothing. So far as we could see.
But what about the servants? Hadn't they heard any sound?
No, nothing.
And the assassin? Is there no trace of him?
Nothing. But those terrible finger marks on her throat. Dear God, that I may forget them.
I gave up my studies and remained with my father. he was greatly changed. He had always been of a sedate, taciturn disposition. Now he had fallen into so deep a dejection that nothing could hold his attention. Yet anything could arouse him to a fitful interest. A footfall, a sudden entrance. One might have called it an apprehension.
Hey, who's there? Who is it?
It's only me, Father.
Oh, come in. Well, don't stand there in the dark that way.
Shall we take our walk this evening?
No, the garden's chilly, and I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room directly.
I worry about you, Father. I know that this whole thing has been terrible for you, but you've become too melancholy. Have you taken to sleepwalking as well?
Sleepwalking? Why?
Last night, didn't you enter my room? I heard steps along the hall, and then my door opened. Someone stood there in the doorway. I thought it was you, and I called out. When I turned on the light, you'd gone. Got to the door only soon enough to see your door closing down the hall. Wasn't it you, Father? Can you remember?
No, it wasn't me. It must have been your mother. She worries if you come in. Yes, I remember. She got up during the night and then came back. She couldn't have. Stephen, what are you trying to do?
Do?
Isn't it bad enough for me now? Must you make things worse with your fantasies, your imagining?
Well, it might have been a servant.
Must have been Ellen. She's always doting over you.
Well, I only wondered that it... Well, if it wasn't you, it might have been...
What do you mean?
Well, I mean that the assassin might have returned, might still be in the house.
That's nonsense. Nonsense.
Why? He's never been found. He's still somewhere.
Yes, I suppose.
Father, have you told me everything that happened that night?
Of course. What else? Why do you ask?
Because it doesn't make sense. Mother was adored by everyone. She was the kindest woman who ever walked the earth. No sane creature could possibly want to hurt her.
Sane? Why do you say sane?
Father, did she have a lover?
Stephen.
Was that it? Is that who opened the back door that night you came back from Nashville? Are you hiding that from me to save her memory?
Oh, stop!
He might have done it. I could imagine that. Mother loved you. I know that. She was devoted to you. She'd never have been unfaithful. But she was kind to everyone. I can imagine his jealousy, his fury at her refusing him.
Stephen, stop this.
Well, what did happen?
She was murdered. Isn't that enough?
Enough? Yes. But is it enough for her? Is she still here in this house? Does she haunt us, searching for her lover or her murderer? Does she blame us, Father?
Stephen, let it alone. For God's sake, let it alone.
I never saw her, but I was convinced that her ghost walked the house. The terrible cold of the presence of the dead was everywhere. Perhaps he saw her. I could not. But there were moments at night.
Stephen. Oh, Stephen.
Mother?
Stephen.
The iciness of the grave. The smell of decay. No. I won't see you. I can't. But I imagined I saw her face hideous, white with hate, rotting. No, go away. I am not your assassin. I am not your assassin. One night, a few months later, my father and I were returning home from our evening's walk. A full moon was high above the horizon, and the road, save for the black shadows of the bordering trees, was a ghostly white. As we approached the gate of our dwelling, my father suddenly stopped. He clutched my arm. Father, what's the matter?
There, what is that?
I see nothing, Father.
There, at the gate, darkly ahead.
There's nothing, Father. Come on now, we better go in.
No.
You're ill.
No, go away. Oh, go away.
Father, what do you see?
No, Julia, no. No.
I tried to follow him, but for some reason couldn't move from the spot.
Go away.
The chill had touched my face.
Julia.
It was all about me.
Julia.
I couldn't turn my head.
No. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
When I turned to look for my father, he was gone. And in all the years that have passed, no whisper of his fate has reached me. I remained here. My youth of brilliant parts and promise faded. Its life blood drained, sifted into the darkness and the silence of this house. Voices seek me out. I hear them not, but only doubt. Doubt, and emptiness.
Drink up. Drink up. Tomorrow. Today, I suppose you'd say I was alive. Alive. And tomorrow, well, there's no tomorrow, no yesterday. There's nothing beyond that forest, those trees. That's all I can remember back to. Forest. 20 years ago, I came out of a forest, made my way across the country, all the way to this place. Well, that was something. That was something. I didn't even know my name. I called myself Casper. Casper. Everyone wants to know, what's your name? What's your name? In this world, everyone must have a name. It prevents confusion, even when it does not establish identity. Casper prevented confusion and spent 20 years trying to find a comfortable way to die. There's some small light, though, of a past. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. That's the only thing that seems like a recollection. Even if it's wrong or confused. The only thing I have of that life. Two scenes that play over and over. First, there's a house. A big house. Owned by a prosperous planter. And there's a woman. A beautiful woman. Like a child. And a boy. Their son. He's a vague figure, never clear. Usually not there at all. The father loves the wife terribly. But he's tortured by a fear that she doesn't belong to him. He can't seem to believe her devotion, her love. And he's reduced to vulgar and commonplace ways of testing her. One day, he goes to the city. He tells her, I'll be gone till the next afternoon. But I come back. That night. And go to a rear door that I had left unlocked. It's dark all around the house. But as I approach, I hear something. The door is open. And a figure. A man. I thought it was a man. I feared it was a man. Sometimes now I can't even believe it was human. He headed straight for me, then just disappeared in the dark. I didn't know where to chase him. So intensely did my jealousy and rage fill me, I didn't search. I rushed into the house and up the stairs to her room, and I pushed open her door. I saw the bed, vaguely. The covers tossed about. I went to it. Empty. She was gone. Escaped. Or hiding. I looked about in the darkness. I walked straight to a corner where she knelt against the wall. I could see her face, the terror in her eyes, the guilt. My hands were at her throat. I kneeled on her struggling body, and there in the darkness, I strangled her till she was dead. No, it never happened. It never happened. I don't believe it. Oh, I was possessed. Possessed by something or someone. But it's all I have. It's all that comes from me. And I go over it again and again. Now, there's another scene. Another dream. Another vision of the night. I stand among shadows along a moonlit road. Someone is with me. I cannot see who. But there's another presence. Head. Where the road ends at a gate. In the shadow of the large house. I catch the gleam of white garments. Then the figure of a woman before me on the road. My wife, Julia, murdered. Death in the face. Marks on the throat. Eyes affixed on mine with an infinite sadness sadness, not hate. Not menace, but the apparition terrifies me. Terrifies me. Still terrifies me. She still reaches out to me here. No. No. Drink up. Drink up. This does it. Wipes it out. Wipes it out. For a little while. For a little while.
Stephen. Stephen.
No. No, go away. I am not your assassin.
It's no use. And it only confuses me why he's so fearful. He doesn't see me. He never saw me. I can't imagine what he would see now. But fear has no sense at all. It's crazy. Just crazy. It makes horrible things out of those who want only kindness and some peace. I keep wandering among these scenes, these rooms, in search of something that just doesn't matter anymore, what really happened. No one seems to know. Joel's gone, and there's only Stephen left for a little while. Stephen's my son. He wasn't here at the time. He was away at college. Joel wasn't here either. He'd gone to Nashville on some business and was staying the night. I had retired early and fallen into a peaceful sleep, but then I awoke. The house seemed more than usually quiet. I had a strange sense of danger, of something. Well, not that I was afraid of being alone. I was often alone. But this was different. There was a chill, as one waits for a thing long imagined or feared. And the feeling grew as I lay there. I felt as if I were lying straight and cold in my coffin. The white satin around my head. The smell of dried flowers. A little bouquet I held in my hand. I wanted to pull my fingers apart, but couldn't, as in a dream. No. I strained for some sign of life in me. And then... I could feel my heart pounding. It was a dream. I sat up in the dark and listened. My own heart was the only sound at first. I listened, and after a while I wondered if the beating came from inside me or somewhere else. I tried to hear which. And then, as if my own fears had decided, had reached out into the dark house and begun to assemble some figure, something. I heard it first on the stairway from the back entrance just below my room. A soft, irregular sound of footfalls on the stairs. It was slow, hesitant, uncertain, as of something that did not see its way. To my disordered reason, all the more terrifying for that, as the approach of some blind and mindless malevolence to which there is no appeal. I said that fear has no brains, it's an idiot. But this had a growing purpose, taking shape as it approached. It approached my door, and then stood there. I heard the breath. He hesitated, his hand on the door, Then it turned and went away down the stairs hurriedly. As if in sudden fear, I rose to call for help. But hardly had my shaking hand found the doorknob when I heard it returning. It ran up the stairs, shaking the house. I fled to a corner of the room and crouched on the floor. I tried to cry out. I tried to call Joel, my husband, but suddenly it was in the room, searching me out. Oh, it had gone to the bed and stopped there and turned and came directly to me. I felt a strangling clutch upon my throat. I beat feebly against something that bombed backward. I felt my tongue thrust itself between my teeth. And then I passed into this life. No, I have no knowledge of what it was. The sum of what we know at death is the measure of what we know afterwards. No new light falls upon any page of it. In memory is written all that we can read. We hide in the dark and peer out into the dim light of the present and the fading past. But there is one more scene. A night. We know when it is night, for then you retire to your houses, and we can venture from our places of concealment to move unafraid about our old home, to look in at the windows, even to enter rooms and gaze upon your faces as you sleep. I could see my husband Joel, then Stephen. How strange they looked. How lone. Had they loved me after all? They were saddened and aged by my departure. I tried so often to make them see me, some way to let them know I was here, and send them my great love and pity. But always if I dared approach or wake them in their sleep, they would turn toward me the terrible eyes of the living, frightening me. And I would hesitate, as if my hand was now upon the door, and turn away. On this night I had searched for them, but they were nowhere in the house. I looked about the moonlit lawn, and then moved in the white light along the path to the gate. Suddenly I saw them on the road. They had stopped walking and were looking toward the house. I heard their voices. They stood in the shadow of a group of trees. They stood near, so near. Their faces were turned toward me. And Joel's eyes were fixed on mine. He saw me. At last he saw me. All my terror and hesitation was gone. He sees, he will understand. I moved forward, smiling and consciously beautiful, to offer myself to his arms, to comfort him, to speak words that would restore the broken bonds between the living and the dead. Joel. 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 But his face went white with fear. His eyes were those of a hunted animal.
Leave me alone.
He backed away and ran.
No.
Ran right into the woods.
No.
He never returned. Maybe he died and wanders about some other place as I do here. And Stephen, poor Stephen, is left even more alone.
You haven't touched your teeth.
I've never been able to make him know that I'm here, watching him, longing to care for him as a mother should. But soon he too must pass to this life invisible and be lost to me. Lost.
Oh,
Lost.
Mr. Stephen, but the window's closed. There's no draft, not...
That was The Moonlit Road by Ambrose Bierce. The part of Julia was played by Norma Jean Wanvik. Stefan was Martin Punch. Ellen was played by Nancy Punch. And Joel was played by your host of the Black Mass, Eric Bowersfeld. The technical production was by John Whiting. And now, good night.
Tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
Broadcasting from beyond the grave. The horror. The horror.
And about a mile out, we'll put on the music. Use Wagner. My boys love it.
Francis Ford Coppola presents Apocalypse Now with Marlon Brando, Robert Duvall, Martin Sheen. Apocalypse Now, all over London from Sunday, and in the West End now, Certificate X. Experience Apocalypse Now, and you will never need to go to war.
The horror. The horror.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
God, you haven't answered my question.
No questions.
But it's a simple one, a very simple one. Where are you taking me?
You'll find out.
You come before dawn with no arrest warrant?
We don't need a warrant.
But of course you do.
Not for a hearing.
Oh, is that what this is about, an investigative hearing? At such an hour?
Chancellor's orders.
You mean the Chancellor himself wants to see me? Why on earth?
Inside.
Is this the Chancellor's office?
Inside.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you'll forgive me, but it's so dark in here, my eyes.
There's a bench along the wall. Why don't you sit down?
And you are?
Mary Lampert.
Wordsworth. Lampert. You work in the Central Registry?
I don't work anywhere at all now, but it wasn't in the registry. I was an English teacher.
Oh, yes. Yes, you requested some books from me last semester. But what are you doing here?
The same as you, I'm afraid, Mr. Wordsworth.
You were summoned for a hearing?
We all were.
No, I beg your pardon. I didn't see you.
I'm used to that.
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Wordsworth.
You're teachers, too?
Something even less useful. A poet.
A published poet?
A few small press volumes.
Oh, we have a lot of those in the stacks. Quite a number, actually. Your name?
John Brodsky.
Yes, let me see. The Fire Inside and Other Poems?
You're the only person outside of a few friends who's ever heard of it.
Oh, no, you were very well reviewed. The Mid-Atlantic Prize, wasn't it?
It was, but they don't exist anymore.
And the rest of you, I don't mean to be rude. After a certain age, the eyes just don't adjust very quickly, even with glasses.
Jack Cameron. I taught philosophy at the university.
How do you do?
John Alpert, from the theology department. Another lost cause.
Oh, no, don't say that. Vital subjects all in a liberal arts education. I'm sure you're here for some sort of a reassignment.
Put out to pasture is more like it. They're closing the humanities wing.
Are you sure?
It's already done. The Chancellor signed it into law yesterday.
To be replaced by what?
Business law, medicine, computer sciences, perhaps. Something more practical.
The word is they're not going to use human teachers at all anymore.
I see. And what of books?
They'll be obsolete too, what with the standardized software.
In other words, will all be obsolete?
That's the handwriting on the wall.
But that's absurd. Well, what will they do with us? Pay us not to work?
I think they have in mind something a bit more efficient.
Such as?
Lampert.
Yes?
This way.
Yes, of course, I'm ready.
I'll go first.
Please, that's not necessary.
Lampert, Mary, now.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you taking her?
Goodbye, Mr. Brodsky, Mr. Cameron, Mr. Alpert, and you, Mr. Wordsworth. I've enjoyed meeting you, however briefly.
Well, we'll talk more later. When will I see you?
Why, on television, perhaps. I'll hold a good thought for you. For all of you.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
You walk out of this room and into the next at your own risk, because it leads to the future. Not a future that will be, but one that might be. This is not a new world, brave or otherwise. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Reason is an enemy, and truth is a menace. This is Mr. Romney Wordsworth in his last 48 hours on Earth. He is a citizen of the state, but will soon have to be eliminated because he is built out of flesh, and because he has a mind. Mr. Romney Wordsworth, who very shortly will draw his last breath in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Obsolete Man, starring Jason Alexander, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Who's next?
Wordsworth, Romney.
Wordsworth. Ah, yes.
You should have the file on your desk, Chancellor.
Mm-hmm. Field investigation finding obsolescence.
Yes. Agreed.
Correct.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. Guards! This way.
Thank you.
You may approach the desk.
If you like.
You know why you're here, Mr. Wordsworth?
Not entirely, no.
Ask him to speak up.
I'd ask you to speak up, if you will.
In general terms, yes, sir. But I do have a few questions.
Your questions will be answered in due course. Now then, you've been under investigation, Mr. Wordsworth.
I have?
For the mandatory period of 1 year and 11 months.
I was never notified of any investigation.
Notification is not required under the new edicts.
Really?
I have the results before me. The determination is that you're obsolete.
That's an interesting word you use.
Therefore, the purpose of this hearing is to make a finding in the matter and sentence you accordingly. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I suppose I do.
Your occupation, Mr. Wordsworth?
Librarian.
They even have those anymore? A what?
A librarian, sir.
Has this man had counsel?
Yes, sir, he has.
Are you sure he knows his rights?
He's been given orientation, sir.
I'm told that you've had counsel and been given orientation, Mr. Wordsworth.
Well, in a manner of speaking. Just prior to entering this room, I did have a brief conversation with someone or other. He was wearing a uniform, very much like your own.
That would be one of the subalterns. So you've been instructed. However, I'm still not sure in my own mind that you understand the purpose of this hearing.
I'm doing my best, sir.
The field investigators in your sector have classified you as obsolete. This finding carries with it serious implications, legally speaking. Do you understand that, Mr. Wordsworth?
Serious implications, yes.
Now I ask you again, your occupation?
I am a librarian. I could lie to you and say curator of records or historian or data manager, but that's my occupation, my profession. It's an honorable tradition. If you people choose to call it obsolete...
Ask him to clarify.
Yes, clarify. Request clarification of the term.
The term, Mr. Wordsworth, you people. You make reference to the state?
I make reference to the state.
And you persist in declaring your occupation as being that of a librarian?
That is correct, sir.
A librarian having to do with books?
Yes, sir. Books of all types and description.
Since there are no more books, Mr. Wordsworth, there is scant need for libraries.
Oh, but there are books. Some going back decades, even centuries. The older ones are in constant need of repair. Even the newer ones require preservation. Well, do you know that books printed on paper containing wood pulp are in danger of deterioration? A kind of oxidation or slow burning, you might say, if there's so much stored on wooden shelves. Not to mention the effects of light and moisture.
Please, Mr. Wordsworth.
No, the only safe method is to keep them in metal cabinets, in absolute darkness, if possible, in a temperature-controlled environment. Of course, rag or hemp paper doesn't deteriorate at the same rate. That's why some ancient volumes are unyellowed and still quite usable.
What sort of books are you talking about?
Oh, anything printed before the 19th century. The older, the better. The Gutenberg Bible is a famous example.
To close the subject, with no further need of libraries, it follows that there is little call for the services of a librarian.
Now, I must ask for clarification. Did you say no further need?
Case in point, a priest or minister, he would claim that his function is preaching the word of God. But of course, since the state has proven that there is no God, that would make the function of such a person somewhat academic as well.
Academic?
Meaning theoretical, without practical function.
But there is a God.
You're in error, Mr. Wordsworth. There is no God.
You know that?
The state has established it.
Established it? How?
By scientific proof, or the lack thereof.
You cannot erase God with an edict.
This is not a debate.
It's not a matter of laws and proclamations.
You are obsolete, Mr. Wordsworth.
A lie. No man is obsolete.
You have no function. You are an anachronism, a ghost from another time.
I'm nothing more than a reminder to you that the state can't destroy words and the concepts they represent by burning pages.
You're a bug, Mr. Wordsworth, a crawling insect, a bookworm, an ugly, misshapen little creature that has no purpose here. No meaning.
I am a human being, as are you.
A human being? Is that what you lay claim to? You're a librarian, Mr. Wordsworth. You're a dealer in books that no one reads, and 2-cent fines and pamphlets, and closed stacks in the musty insides of a language factory that spews out meaningless words on an obscure assembly line called the printing press, whose time has long passed. Words, Mr. Wordsworth, that have no substance and no dimension. Like air, like the wind, like a vacuum that you make believe has an existence by scribbling index numbers on little cards.
I don't care what you say.
Don't approach the bench until you're told to.
And I tell you I don't care. I'm a human being. I exist. And if I speak one thought aloud or in writing, that thought lives even after I'm shoveled into a grave. This I know beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Delusions, Mr. Wordsworth. Delusions that you inject into your veins using a needle filled with printer's ink. The narcotic you call literature, the Bible, poetry, essays, all of it, just an opiate to make you think you have strength when you have no strength at all. You're unfit. You have nothing but spindly limbs and a dream, and the state has no use for your kind. You waste our time, Mr. Wordsworth, and you're not worth the waste. Let's end this. Now then.
You've made your point.
Instruct him.
Romney Wordsworth, you will return to detention.
Is that where I was? What a polite euphemism. Cell is more like it.
To await the finding of this board.
Very well.
This way.
One more question. What happened to Miss Lampert?
Who?
The school teacher.
Her case has been decided. The result will be on this evening's telecast.
I'm sure it will be, but I'm asking you, what was your decision?
Take him away.
Heretic.
Obsolete. No function at all.
Mr. Wordsworth, how did your hearing go?
Well, I'm not honestly sure, but I have a pretty good idea.
At least it hasn't been decided yet.
Oh, no, not yet, but I don't think it will take them very long.
Ambiguity. The devil's playground. And my stock in trade.
Miss Lampert hasn't come back yet.
That means her case has already been decided.
That's what they said. Where would they take her in that case?
Back to her living quarters, I imagine, to await the carrying out of the sentence.
As for myself, I'd rather carry it out alone.
Not thinking about hemlock, are you? Don't tell me you are.
That's not what they use nowadays. Too hard to measure the dosage.
Get me a bottle of good scotch. I'd like to go out on a bender. Just give me a pen and paper.
But they'd only burn it.
Not if it's televised. I can recite to the camera. A public reading at last. Some of it has to get through before they cut off the sound.
They can't cut it off. It's an official edict. The equivalent of the condemned man's last words.
No matter what those words are?
Oh, they'll denounce the statement as soon as it hits the airwaves. But until then, for one shining, glorious moment, I'll have an audience. And someone somewhere may hear my words and understand.
Gentlemen, you're dooming yourselves, as if you believe in the superiority of the system, in its right to exist at all.
But it does, with or without moral justification.
Do not go gentle into that good night.
Dylan Thomas?
But rage against the dying of the light.
We can rage all we like. No one's going to hear it.
No? Think about it.
What are you driving at?
I wonder if they've reached a decision yet.
How do you find, gentlemen?
Obsolete! 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 Obsolete!
Obsolete.
I concur. In the matter of Wordsworth, Romney, the board has made a finding. Bring him before me so I can pronounce sentence.
Escort him from the detention room?
Right away.
Approach the desk, Citizen Wordsworth.
Yes, sir?
In the matter of your finding, the board declares you obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
Your rights are as follows.
A comment, Chancellor. The lights, it's my eyes. Can some of the lights be directed at the desk so that I can see who I'm addressing?
Your rights are as follows, Mr. Wordsworth. You are to be liquidated within a period of 48 hours.
They still use that word? Liquidated?
But you have an option as to method and precise time.
Could you be more specific?
There are several prescribed methods, Mr. Wordsworth, including pills, gas, electrocution, lethal injection. It can be done immediately, or an hour from now, or any other time that you request.
Are there any other options?
The most popular, Mr. Wordsworth, assassination at a time unknown. This way, the subject is not aware of either the method or the time. Psychologically, it is somewhat easier. In terms of one's mental state, it's the most humane.
Then I'd have to say, I'm a very rich man.
Louder, please, and step into the light.
I was merely saying, I'm a rich man. I have such a luxury of choices. A few lines come to mind, perhaps you'll indulge me. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I have yet heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. That's from Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. So, since you've given me the luxury of choice, I choose the following. To be given an assassin whom I will tell the method of execution.
I don't understand. What does he mean?
He will tell? Surely he can't be saying.
Mr. Wordsworth, please clarify the nature of the request.
You will assign me an assassin, Chancellor, just as you stipulated. But only he and I will know the way in which I am to die. I take it that's acceptable?
That will be acceptable, Mr. Wordsworth, so long as your sentence is accomplished within the 48-hour period required by law.
And one final request, Chancellor.
What's that?
I should like to die with an audience. I would like my death to be televised.
That, too, can be arranged, Mr. Wordsworth.
Thank you.
It's not infrequently that we televise executions. It has an educative effect on the population.
I have no doubt.
Now, as to the time of the liquidation, Mr. Wordsworth?
Midnight, tomorrow.
And the place?
In my room.
Gentlemen? Agreed, Mr. Wordsworth. We will choose your liquidator and send him over to you, and he will be duty-bound, just as you prescribed, not to divulge the method you've decided upon. Done.
Thank you, Chancellor. Whoever said the state doesn't have a heart?
An odd one.
Yes, indeed.
And with some very bizarre requests.
Bizarre, but to our advantage. He wants his death televised? All right, we'll oblige him. By midnight tomorrow, he'll be crawling up the walls with fear. And we'll televise every moment of it. His horror, his fright, and I dare say his belly-crawling supplications for mercy. What an example. We'll televise it, gentlemen, all over the country. We'll show the people. We'll show them how this obsolete man, this librarian, dies.
Yes?
Wordsworth Romney?
I am.
I'm here to install a television camera.
Oh, yes. Come in. Come in.
Bring the equipment in, please, guard. Then wait outside.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you when I'm finished.
Very good, sir. I'll be in the hall.
Forgive the close quarters. A librarian can't afford more than a studio apartment these days.
Librarian, sir?
Never mind. Would you care for some tea?
No, thanks. I'm on a schedule.
Oh, of course, yes. Other installations. Alpert, is that one? How about Cameron? And the other, what was his name? Brodsky, the poet.
I don't know. The guard has the manifest.
Oh, yes, I see. Is this all the equipment you need? It's not very much.
It doesn't need to be. It's miniaturized. See, all I do is mount this lens on the wall in the corner, and that's it. As long as it gets a wide angle of the whole room.
Impressive, I must say. And what about sound?
Sir?
There'll be a microphone, won't there?
Built right in. Full frequency. Broadcast quality.
Splendid. Well, don't let me get in your way. Do whatever you have to do.
Good idea. Not a lot of time left.
Oh, a couple of hours more?
I mean, you probably want some time to yourself for whatever.
Yes.
I'll be out of here in 20 minutes.
Wonderful. I mean, very professional of you. Do you happen to know what happened to the school teacher?
School teacher? A friend of yours?
Not really. I hardly knew her.
Not on my list.
Oh.
You ought to turn on the TV. That'll tell you.
Why didn't I think of that? You know, I spend every evening reading.
These things are your books, huh?
You mean you haven't seen any before?
I remember when I was a kid. They had pictures in them.
Oh, they have much more than that. And with my collection grown so large, there hasn't been time for television in years.
Even the state broadcasts?
The state broadcast? Oh, you mean the chancellor's speeches and so forth?
And on the domestic front, the economy is on an upswing. With unemployment virtually nil, corporations are tightening their belts in preparation for higher productivity next quarter when the trade deficit reaches zero. The government is purging thousands of obsolete personnel with tens of thousands to go before year's end.
Did he say tens of thousands?
One example is Miss Mary Lamport, who was terminated early this evening. For those who missed the live broadcast, here is her final statement.
I'd like to quote Saint Exupéry. What is essential is invisible to the eye. And it was a Welshman named Dylan Thomas who wrote of the force that through the green fuse drives. Well, I've spent my best years nurturing that life force, helping it break through the concrete and steel that seal us away. And I now know that there is no force in the universe that can crush.
That's the drugs kicking in.
Drugs?
Her choice. She wanted to go out painless. They gave her an injection. Sure kept talking for a while, though, didn't she? All those words.
She almost made it.
Made what?
I've seen enough. Go on with your work. I don't mean to distract you.
All done?
Surely not.
There. Go ahead. Turn your TV back on. See? There's you. There's me.
You're right. Isn't that amazing? Sharp and clear for all the world to see.
Fiber optics. Some picture, huh?
Yes. I don't know how to thank you. What's the cost?
No charge.
A tip, then. Consider it a kind of bonus. One of my books, perhaps.
No, thanks.
You can take your pick. Any one at all. They'll only be burned afterwards.
I don't have time to read. Thanks anyway. Guard.
Trouble?
No trouble. I'm finished is all. Let's go. Take it easy, Mr. Wordsworth. Don't fight it, okay?
I'll do my best.
It'll be easier that way.
Well, now, nothing left to do but wait. 1 hour and 15 minutes. I'll set the clock, then lie down, and wait. It won't be long now.
Mr. Wordsworth?
Come in, Chancellor.
So, this is how a librarian lives.
Have a seat, please. I'm sorry there's only the one chair, but with so many books. Thank you for coming.
Very irregular, Mr. Wordsworth.
Is it?
Highly irregular.
That you came at all?
Do you know why I came? Do you?
I invited you.
By all means, you invited me. But why would I honor such an invitation? A cryptic note from a condemned man asking me to visit him during the last hour of his life.
Not normal, I take it?
Hardly the norm, Mr. Wordsworth. Hardly what I'm accustomed to. And somewhat suspect, too. How do I know I wasn't invited here for a last pitiful gesture of vengeance on the part of the condemned?
Vengeance?
After all, I'm more or less responsible for the finding in your case. Your demise in less than an hour.
45 minutes, actually.
It can be attributed, at least in part, to my decision. Nonetheless, that was the finding. Do you mind if I smoke?
No, not at all. You're my guest.
I'll tell you why I came, Mr. Wordsworth.
Please.
Perhaps to prove something to you.
And that is?
To prove to you that the state has no fears. None at all.
Well, you'll forgive me, Chancellor, but that has the elements of a joke.
How so?
Well, you come here to my room to prove that the state isn't afraid of me. What an incredible burden that must be, to prove that an obsolete librarian could have any effect at all on the state. I'll tell you why you came, though. I'll tell you the reason that you won't even admit to yourself.
And what might that be?
I don't fit your formula. Somewhere along the line there's been a deviation from the norm. Your state has everything categorized, filed, and tagged. You are strength. People like me represent weakness. You control and order and dictate. My kind merely follows and obeys. But something's gone wrong. I don't fit, do I?
Oh, you fit, Mr. Wordsworth. In a few moments, you'll be cringing and pleading just like they all do. Yes, indeed, you fit. You've got a miserable, worthless little life, but you've also got an instinct for survival. And very soon now, when you know that life is slipping away, when your survival is just a question of minutes, we'll see which is stronger, the state or the librarian. All the country will see.
Yes, they will.
I take it you've had a discussion with whoever is assigned to your liquidation.
Whomever.
What?
Whom, object of the preposition.
Midnight, isn't it?
A mere 40 minutes from now. That's the camera lens up there on the wall. See it? They brought that in earlier this evening. Very efficient. One man set it up in less than 10 minutes. We're being televised now.
That's not unusual. In the mass executions last year, we televised around the clock. 1,300 people were put to death in 6 hours.
You never learn, do you? History teaches you nothing.
Quite the contrary. It teaches us a great deal. Our predecessors, Mr. Wordsworth, had the beginnings of the right idea.
Hitler.
Of course Hitler.
Stalin.
Him too. But in contrast with popular opinion, their error was not of excess. It was simply that they did not go far enough. Too many undesirables were left around, and undesirables eventually form a core of resistance. Old people, for example, clutch at the past and won't accept the new. The sick, the maimed and deformed, they fasten themselves on the healthy body and damage it. So, we eliminate them.
Just like that.
Or people like yourself. They can perform no function for the state, so we do away with them.
Only makes sense.
What a charming room, Mr. Wordsworth. Small, but functional. Lived here long?
For over 20 years. I built the bookcases myself.
So I understand. That, incidentally, has kept you alive, that particular talent. Carpentry is a skill, and the state provides considerable leeway for workers who possess certain skills. This chair, for example. You made it.
I would have made more furniture, but there wasn't enough space with the books.
Unfortunately, you went as far as you could go, which was insufficient. So in a little while, it will be the end of a rather fruitless life as Mr. Romney Wordsworth goes to his own private nirvana. That's what they call it in your books, isn't it?
In some books.
You're not facing the camera, Mr. Wordsworth. You're cheating the audience. They'll want to see how you die.
Sorry?
Please, Mr. Wordsworth, show the lens your best side. And don't stifle your emotions. If you feel like crying, go ahead and cry. Or if you want to plead, why don't you do so? Let it all out. Perhaps a high state official might take pity on you.
You'd appreciate that, wouldn't you? A little chest-thumping, hand-wringing, some moaning, sobbing histrionics.
Suit yourself. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to be enthralled when they do come. I have another appointment this evening.
Chancellor?
Make it brief, Mr. Wordsworth.
You have plenty of time. Smoke as many more of your cigarettes as time allows.
How's that?
I haven't been entirely fair with you, Chancellor. I invited you here for a very special reason. Would you like to know the method I've chosen for my liquidation? I've had a bomb placed in this room. It has a time fuse set to go off at midnight, a few minutes from now.
Thoughtful, Mr. Wordsworth. A relatively quick and painless death.
Isn't it, though? And yet, knowing that you're going to be blown to smithereens is not the happiest of thoughts, is it?
That depends on the individual.
Yes, it does indeed.
I'll bid you goodbye, then. What kind of idiocy is this? You've locked the door.
Yes, I have. You're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me.
Open this door at once!
I'm not sure I remember where I hid the key. Question: how does a man react to such a situation? Answer: it depends on the individual. As for myself, I shall sit down and read my Bible.
This is insane.
Hidden for over 20 years, but the only possession I own that has any value at all to me now. And I intend to sit here and read it until the moment of my death.
Let me out of here! Guards! Anyone!
Don't waste your breath. There's no one out there. It's one of the rules. You isolate the person to be liquidated, so there's simply no one around. Why don't you face the camera, Chancellor? It's important, you know. You're cheating the audience.
What are you talking about?
You wanted the whole country to see the way a librarian dies. Why not let the whole country see how an official of the state dies, too? Will they see a contrast, Chancellor?
Wordsworth! I order you, let me out of this room!
Turn to the camera. Let the people see the strength of the state, the resilience, the courage. Let the people see how a man of steel faces death.
I've underestimated you, Mr. Wordsworth.
Sit down, Chancellor. You have a Nirvana coming up, too. So, let's have a chat. Odd, isn't it? How equal we have become. Death is an exceptional equalizer. It takes a strong and handsome man like yourself, uniformed, bemedaled, and it places you alongside a skimpy thing like myself. But in the eyes of God, there's precious little to distinguish us. We are flesh, blood, muscle, limbs, and we are the same. Understand, Chancellor? We are the same.
We are not the same. A man of the state dies with dignity.
We shall see. That is, they will see. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Please! Please! There's only 1 minute left! Let me out! In the name of God, let me out!
Yes, Chancellor. In the name of God, I will let you out. Here's the key. Goodbye, Chancellor.
This way.
Take your hands off of me. What is the meaning of this?
You may approach.
I don't understand what's going on. You all know me?
No further. Stand where you are.
There's been a misunderstanding. I've served the state for years. In fact, I'm the one who created the current edicts and passed them into law.
I am the new chancellor. You have been removed from office.
But why?
The field investigators have declared you obsolete. You have disgraced the state. You have proven yourself a coward. You therefore have no function.
I must protest. Let me speak.
Return the prisoner to the detention room while we determine his sentence. The finding of this hearing is that he is obsolete.
No! Wait! Hear me out!
Obsolete.
No! No, wait! Please! No! 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 No!
The time is the future. Not a future that will be, but one that might be. Not just this story's lesson, but a lesson for all time. So long as men would speak their mind, and so long as tyranny would seek to muzzle them. File this case under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
Not leaving us so soon, are you?
Visit darkentertainments.com for more Halloween horror.
Comeback, presenting Jack Jones, the international singing star, as the idol of millions who becomes a target for terror. A man fighting for his career and his life in The Comeback. Is he going mad? Or is there someone who hates him enough to kill and kill again? The Comeback, Certificate X, showing now at ABC's Shaftesbury Avenue, Fulham Road, Edgware Road, and the classic Oxford Street, and all over London from Sunday.
Good evening, friends and fellow ghouls. This is your host inviting you through the squeaking door of the inner sanctum for another delightful visit with creatures you'd hate to meet on land or sea, or in dark alleys. Well, friends, now that summer romance is flourishing, this young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of lovely murder. The reason for that is because I have a one-track mind. I can think of the nastiest things in the balmiest weather. When I see the first tender flower buds open their delicate petals, I immediately think how nice they look on some murderer's grave.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, House of Doom, was written by Milton Lewis and stars Santos Ortega in the role of Mark, with Charlotte Holland as Lorraine.
All right, friend. Turn out the lights, lie down on your slab, your sofa, and get ready to scream for joy as we hear a terrifying story that could happen to anyone who's a murderer. Ready now. Hold tight and listen. People in that section of New England call the little peninsula Davy Jones's Hand, because the sharp and jagged rock formed a murderous angry fist, thrust out into an everlastingly angry sea. There was only one house on Davy Jones's Hand. Mark Douglas lived there with his second wife, Lorraine. And folks whispered that something had happened to Mark, and that despite his wealth, he couldn't cure a mind that was gradually losing its reason.
Lorraine, look at that storm. The rain is beating down like bullets. The wind is roaring like a monster. Did you hear someone scream?
No, Mark.
Are you quite certain?
Yes, Mark.
Well, you still want to go out?
I promised Mrs. Daly I'd come. It's just down the road.
Really? And what's so important about you going?
Oh, Mark, I just want to see her. We were going to play a little bridge. Now, Mark, why don't you come in here?
No.
Why not? You've locked yourself in this house like a prisoner for months. You can't go on like this.
I don't want to go with you, and that's the end of it.
Then why do you object to my going?
I don't want to be here alone. I can't bear it when I'm alone. There. I'm positive I heard someone scream.
No.
Yes, I did. It was a woman. Woman screaming for help. Didn't you hear it?
No, Mark.
No?
Please, I want to go now.
Lorraine, I'm afraid to let you go.
Afraid? Why?
I'm afraid something might happen to you.
Well, what could possibly happen?
The same thing that happened to Betty.
Betty, your first wife.
She went out on a night like this, alone, down that rocky road. And the next morning I found her body on the beach, covered with seaweed, like some horrible thing that had been chewed and mauled and spit up by a murderous sea.
I can't stay here another minute. I've got to get out.
You'll do what I tell you.
No.
You will. Lorraine, forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Forgive you? Shall I forgive you for the months you've kept me locked up here? Waiting on you and listening to you. Lorraine, get me this. Lorraine, get me that. Lorraine, I hear screams. Lorraine, I'm afraid. And now you've been threatening me. Well, I can't bear it. I'm leaving.
Lorraine, come back. Lorraine! I'll be all right without her. Oh. Just the wind. Of course.
Mark! Where are you?
I did hear it. It's Betty.
Help me, Mark!
Betty! Where are you? Betty, where are you? Tell me! Did I hear it? What's happening to me? Where's the phone? Honey, you must be hearing things.
Hello?
Is that you, Richard?
Yes?
This is Mark. Mark Douglas.
Oh, how are you, Mark?
A bit under the weather.
Well, I don't blame you on a night like this.
I'm here all alone, Richard.
Where's Lorraine?
She went to Mrs. Daly's place. This may seem kind of silly to you, but would you please come over?
Now?
Yes, now, right away. As soon as you can get here.
What's wrong?
Well, nothing. Nothing really, but... Richard, I can't stay here alone. Did you hear something?
What?
A woman. A woman screaming for help.
I can only hear you, Mark.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. You wouldn't hear it over the telephone.
What are you talking about?
These screams. These screams I keep hearing. It's been going on for months. I think it's Betty. Richard, you've got to come over right away. I can't be here alone. I can't. Hey.
What is it, Mark? What's wrong?
She's at the door.
Who?
The woman. Goodbye, Richard. Betty, she's come back.
Open the door.
I'm coming. I'll open the door. Betty. There she stood. Her face covered with seaweed. Her arms held out to me. She leaned forward and touched me. And then something snapped in my brain. What happened to me, Lorraine?
You fainted, Mark, that's all.
Fainted?
Yes, you must have received a bad shock of some sort.
But those screams. Betty's standing at the door.
You must have imagined it, Mark. You're not well.
Imagined it? She was standing right there.
What's the matter, Mark?
Look. Look there on the floor.
It's huge.
She's come back to torment me. To talk to me, to kill me, possibly.
Mark, what are you saying? Now, look, you've got to leave this house. That's what's doing it, this horrid, hideous old house.
Lorraine, do you love me? Really?
Do you think I could have stayed here these last few months if I didn't love you?
Maybe. Maybe if I tell you, it'll be easier to bear. Maybe if I tell you, you might find some way out.
What will be easier to bear?
In my desk drawer, there's a flashlight. Get it.
All right, but what are you trying to tell me?
You'll know in a moment.
I have the flashlight.
Now, go to the stairs. No, there. Next to the picture.
But why?
There's something I must show you. You know, everyone believed my first wife died by accident or suicide. She was a very excitable, neurotic girl. No one, except you, Lorraine, knows that she was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, by me. It was carefully planned. I wanted her money, and I... Lorraine, you can't betray me.
Do you think I ever would?
No. Put your hand on the post. Underneath the banister. The fourth one. That's the one. Now twist it. Go on, twist. To your right.
All right. There.
You see? It's a trap door. It's built into the floor.
But why?
Turn the flashlight down there.
Huh?
Go on, turn it into that blackness.
There's water.
Yes. And you see those rocks? She fell down there when I sprung the trap. Struck her head against those rocks. When the tide changed, washed her body out of that subterranean cabin into the sea, and then washed it up on the beach. And now you understand why I can never leave this house. Close that trap door! Close it!
How, Mark?
Twist the post to the left.
There.
Now. No.
How did you find out about this door, Mark?
I discovered it when I examined the house years ago. It was empty then. It had been empty for years.
And you chose it because of the door?
Yes. But I've gotten to hate it. I've gotten to hate every board, every window, every sound. I know I'm going to die here in the sea, and she's going to kill me. She's going to murder me for what? Lorraine, take your hand off that post. Don't! I'm standing right in the trap door! Throw me a rope! Help me! The sea! Help!
One moment.
Lorraine.
Oh, hello, Richard.
I received a phone call from Mark tonight, and I've... Lorraine. You look so strange.
Do I, Richard?
And so beautiful.
Oh, no, nothing, Richard, not now.
Where's Mark?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. I went out to Mrs. Daly's, and then I changed my mind, And when I returned, he was gone. I'm worried, Richard. What did he tell you on the phone?
He sounded absolutely out of his mind. Completely hysterical. Complained of hearing screams. In a terrible state. Lorraine, do you think that he could have...
Yes, that's what I'm worried about, those clips.
It may not be too late. We'd better search for him.
Yes, I'll come with you.
Lorraine, I think you'd better go home.
No, Richard.
You've been up all night. Police and the Coast Guard are searching for him. I don't see how it could do any good for us to search these beaches.
Mark may be here somewhere.
Well, we'll find him.
Hello! Hello there!
Who's that?
Why, fisherman down the beach there. I think he's found something.
Hello! Hello there!
We're coming.
Richard, look on the rocks near him.
Yes, perhaps. Can't see it very well in this mist.
Hurry here. I found a body.
Where is it?
Here. Right there. Just over there, stumbled across him. Oh. Who's with him? A woman?
Yes. Is it my husband?
Oh, I didn't know it was you, Mrs. Douglas. Here in the mist. You'd better not look.
I will. Richard, take away the seaweed so I can see his face. Richard. If you won't, I will.
Well, friends, how'd you like to live in the House of Doom? Cozy little place to spend a short life, but a loony one, isn't it? You know, a little home like that would be our answer to the housing shortage. Just build a few of them, and you won't have any tenants to worry about. Well, friends, let's get back to our story. 2 years after the death of her husband, we find the lovely Lorraine in the house on Davy Jones's hand, staring out the window, just as her husband had done on the night he was murdered. She's married again to her husband's friend, Richard Belmont.
Are you ready, Lorraine?
Yes, Richard. Could you help me with my raincoat, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Will Kathy be there?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose they asked her. At any rate, they'll all be glad to see you. Why, this will be the first time you've stepped out of the house in months.
I can't help it if I've been ill.
Lorraine, there's no reason to get angry.
I'm sorry. It's just that I don't care to go out in a storm like that.
Just a short trip down the road.
I know it.
What's a little rain? You're in very good health now.
Please don't talk about it.
You ready?
Yes, I'm quite ready, thank you.
Let's go.
No, I can't go.
Lorraine.
Richard, please close that door and come in here.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. I just don't want to leave here tonight, that's all.
I was afraid of this.
Were you?
There's something weird. Something queer about the way you cling to this house. Though it held you trapped. Mark was that way before he died, too.
Please don't talk about Mark.
Why not? What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
Nothing except to leave this house. Nothing except that you jump at every sound. Do you think I don't notice things? Do you think I'm a fool?
Where are you going?
Out. If you won't come with me, I'll go alone. I can't stand this place another moment.
No.
I've been locked up in here for days. I feel like a trapped animal.
Oh, wait a minute, Richard. Don't go.
Why not?
Because I'm asking you not to. Richard, please stay with me. I don't want to be in this house alone. Please stay. I hear things when I'm in this house alone. Richard, don't leave me. Your life may depend on it. Please, Richard, don't go.
Goodbye.
Richard! Hello. Is that you, Kathy?
Yes?
This is Lorraine Belmont.
Oh, hello there.
Kathy, what are you doing tonight?
Oh, just listening to some records? Why?
Well, I'm here all alone.
Well, where's Richard?
He went out. Kathy, I want you to come right over.
On a night like this?
Take the car. Come right away.
What's wrong?
There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, but really, Lorraine, can't it wait?
No.
But, Lorraine...
Are you refusing to come here because you expect a visit from Richard?
Really? What are you talking about?
I think you know quite well.
Lorraine, what is it? What's wrong?
Kathy, did you hear that?
What?
That voice calling my name, it sounded like Mark.
Mark? But Mark's dead.
I'm well aware of that. That's why it couldn't be Mark, could it?
What are you saying?
Lorraine! Help! Help! Did you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it.
There's someone at the door. Will you hold on a minute, please?
Lorraine!
Hello, Kathy?
Lorraine, you sound so strange. Who was at the door?
No one was at the door. No one.
No one?
When I got there, all I found was some seaweed. Goodbye, Kathy.
Hello, Lorraine.
Richard.
I decided to come back. I couldn't leave you alone. I'm sorry.
Quite all right.
What do you have there?
Look at it.
Seaweed. Well, where did it come from?
I found it outside the door.
That's odd.
Yes. And what's odder is that someone knocked at the door and left the seaweed.
Now, Lorraine, you haven't been having those hallucinations again.
But they're not hallucinations, Richard. I heard someone call my name.
Now, Lorraine.
Please, Richard, don't come near me. Stand over there, just where you are.
Very well. But, why are you standing there, holding the post?
You shall know presently. Do you think you deceived me, Richard?
What are you talking about?
About Kathy. You're in love with her.
That's nonsense.
You would like to have my money and Kathy, wouldn't you, Richard? That's why you've been playing these tricks on me.
What tricks?
Calling my name, leaving the seaweed out there.
Why should I want to do that?
To make me confess.
Confess what?
That I murdered Mark.
You murdered Mark?
Yes. How did you first find out, Richard? Did you hear me call out in my sleep as I heard Mark do?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's how I learned that Mark murdered his first wife. It's very difficult to keep a murder a secret. The strange satisfaction in being able to confess it.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because you wanted to know. That's why you played these horrid little tricks on me.
What makes you think I played tricks, Lorraine?
Because I played, yes. Even to using the seaweed.
How could you have murdered Mark?
I was waiting for you to ask me.
He was a powerful man. You couldn't have pushed him off those cliffs.
No, I couldn't have.
And you were never out there with him.
No.
And everyone knew he was mentally ill. Everyone suspected suicide.
Yes, and how very convenient.
How could you have killed him?
I'll show you, Richard. Since you're so anxious to know. Don't move. Richard, why did you leap away?
I see it now. The rocks and the sea down there. You would have killed me if I hadn't leaped away in time. Come here, Lorraine.
No. Oh, Richard, let go of me.
There must be a subterranean passage down there, and the body gets washed out to sea. That's why you never left this house. You were afraid someone would discover your secret.
Richard, what are you going to do?
What do you expect?
No.
And why shouldn't I? You did it to Mark for his money. If it'll be any satisfaction to you, Lorraine, that's exactly why I'm holding you here now, for precisely the same reason, your money. And since you take so much pride in being right, Lorraine, I'll tell you one more thing. You were quite right about Kathy and myself.
Don't do it. Let me go.
One moment. Kathy.
Well, Lorraine said you weren't home.
Did she?
Well, she called up frantically on the phone. I swear she sounded half insane. Where is she?
Why, she isn't here, Kathy. I came back from the dailies. In fact, I never got there. When I returned a moment ago, she was gone.
Richard, do you think...
I don't know. A woman in her mental condition is very apt to destroy herself.
Destroy herself? Then you'll be free, and you and
We
I...
mustn't think of that now, Kathy. She may still be out there somewhere. We've got to try to save her. If we can. Come on, let's look for her. Kathy, you can't leave this house tonight, not in a storm like this.
And why not, Richard?
It was on a night like this that Lorraine was killed 3 years ago. I'm afraid to let you go out. You're my wife, and I love you, and you mustn't leave me alone.
I can't stand this house another moment. Locked up with you here night and day for months.
I can't leave, Kathy. You must stay. I can't bear it here alone.
I'm going.
Where? To see some man? Is that what you're going?
Some man. That must be another of your hallucinations. I'm just going down the road. I've got to see some human being who's in his right mind, or I'll go out of my mind myself.
Kathy, don't leave it. Did you hear it then?
Hear what, Richard?
That voice. A woman's voice. Calling for help.
No, Richard, I didn't hear a thing.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Kathy, don't go. Stay with me.
No. I can't stay here another minute in this place. If you invented the torture, the evil, and the doomed, it couldn't be worse.
No.
I hate every board, every door, every piece of it. I can't stand another instant. Goodbye, Richard.
Kathy!
Kathy!
I wonder, does she know? Have I been talking in my sleep? Maybe I should tell her. I'm sure I could trust her. Lorraine! It's Lorraine! Come back! She was right. This house is for the evil and the doomed.
Well, Frank, if you think Richard and Kathy aren't going to go down that trap door, then you just don't have any imagination. Or you just haven't heard enough inner sanctum mysteries. Of course, we have a very uplifting moral for these gruesome shenanigans. It's taken from the haunted words of Poltergeist, who said, "Always live in a house that's haunted by ghosts, vampires, werewolves, zombies, and spooks. You'll never have a dull night."
Inner Sanctum was heard in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Not so soon, are you?
In space, no one can hear you scream. Alien, rated R from 20th Century Fox.
Welcome to Nightfall. Good evening, dear friend. Frederick Hind here, this time with a jaunt into the more distant recesses of the mind. A play which offers a glimpse into a world very different from our own. After you've heard it, you'll be glad it was just a glimpse. It's 1658 in the town of Vilna in Polish Galicia. Listen.
Rebecca! I'm in the kitchen, Father, preparing the challah for Shabbos. Come in, sit with me. Azrael Elohim Shaddai. There. Now no demon will spit in the dough.
Did you get a horseman?
No, Father, I heard nothing. You fell asleep after lunch. I did not have a heart to wake you.
By dear. An afternoon of trade lost. Well, Seymour Friedman is getting old. I dreamt of Khmelnytsky again. May his name be blotted out. I had his Cossacks. I was so sure it was real.
Here, Father, have a glass of tea.
Danke, schöne Mädchen. You know, seeing you braid the golden bow, it reminds me of your mother. May her memory live, braiding your hair as a girl. Tea's good. I'm chilled through.
Well, they say to sleep in the day is to dance with the angel of death.
To live in these times is to dance with him. Still, what can a Jew do? First God in his wisdom sends Nyarnitsky and his murderers to slaughter us, but if that's not enough, we have to have a plague to finish the job. Can you say why? Can anyone? Maybe God himself can't figure it out, and that's why he hides his face from us.
Plans are forged in heaven. No man may ever read them.
My little scholar. Even in a desert, flowers bloom.
Besides, the plague ran its course before it reached Kovno. No one here was even infected. That's all over with now. Life goes on.
So it does, Rebecca. So it does. I spoke to the rabbi. Tomorrow will mark 1 year since the death of your grandfather. We will unveil the headstone, and the time of mourning will be over. Then you'll be able to marry your betrothed.
Yakov?
No. You got betrothed to someone else while I wasn't looking. Of course, Yakov.
Oh, so soon.
You've lived with an old man long enough. It's time to live with a young one. Yakov Ashkenazi is a fine lad, a scholar. Well, no head for business, but you can't have everything. But there's your smile. Aren't you happy?
Of course. I was only thinking about you. Who will look after you?
I will. What do you think? I'm at death's door? Maybe I want to get married again myself. Don't worry about me. I'll live forever.
Of course you will.
From your mouth to God's ears.
You sound like grandfather when you say that.
Vader? He would have been better off if God hadn't listened to him quite so closely.
What do you mean?
Have you forgotten? Last year at this time, old Vilna was waiting to die, waiting for the plague.
I remember.
Men were crazy, willing to do anything. Shmuel went from house to house, smearing lamb's blood on the lintels like at Passover. Yusel, the baker, bought a charm from a Polish witch. But your grandfather insisted. If a Jew has God, he doesn't need superstition. And he prayed to be spared from the plague.
And so he was.
Yes. He died. And then the plague stopped in the mountains as swiftly as it started. Another of the master of the universe's jests.
But Zayda's wish was granted. We were all saved.
We all lived. What we were saved for, only God knows. There are things to do. There are plans to be made. I've spoken with Ashkenazi. You must go to the graveyard and invite your grandfather's spirit to the wedding.
But, Father,
As long as you observe the proper ritual, you have nothing to fear from Divots. Go on now. Yakov is waiting at the shul to walk with you. Hurry, the afternoon is almost gone. I will stay and tend your bread. I've wasted the day already.
All right, I'll go. Oh, you have made me very happy, Father.
Not as happy as you made me, Rebecca.
Oh, remember to turn the bread 3 times before it cools, or so an imp can't unravel the loaf. Must you walk so fast, Yakov? I cannot keep up with you.
I expected you right after lunch. What kept you?
Oh, my father fell asleep and didn't tell me.
If we are not careful, we will end up walking after sundown on the Sabbath. The rabbi would be furious with me.
Oh, are you such a rabbit that you fear a little yelling?
Rebecca, every student would like to be at the rabbi's right hand, where I am. Besides, I must have at least an hour to study the commentaries on the rabbi's lesson. Otherwise, I'll look like a fool at the Shabbos dinner.
After we are married, Yakov, I will cook a Shabbos dinner for you like you have never seen. Oh, you will come home from the study house and think you are in heaven.
Rebecca, you know that we will be living with Rabbi and Rebbetzin.
Oh, but my father has enough money to support us.
It's not a matter of money. If I am to be his successor, I have to be there. It's as simple as that. I'm doing it for you as well as for me. Someday, You will be the wife of the head rabbi of all Vilna. People will respect you. You will be a queen.
I don't want to be a queen someday. I want to be a wife today.
You know, Rabbi Akiva has an interesting comment on that very subject. Patience, he says, is the golden...
Oh, Yaakov, I think you love your books more than you love me.
Well, perhaps I know them better. Rebecca, love is something that grows over time. We will be married for many years.
Oh, I'm sorry, Yaakov. You're right. Here's the graveyard.
Well, I will wait for you.
Oh, no, there's no need. You hurry to your studies. I will be all right.
Farewell, then.
Goodbye. And so, my beloved Zeta, though I know where you are now is sweet, I entreat you to return, if only for a day, to be with me at my wedding.
Do you hear the thunder? The dead have heard you.
Oh, God's holy name, you startled me.
1,000 pardons. I called to you, but you were so deep in prayer you heard me not.
I thought for a moment
that I was a spirit of the dead. No, fair one, I am not like them. And it was you who startled me. As I walked by the road and saw you kneeling here, I thought it must be the Sabbath Queen preparing to sweep through the town with her darkening mantle and kiss each doorpost.
But the Sabbath Queen is the most beautiful of women.
And you can see how I was mistaken. For you must be the second. You see, I thought, since I am a stranger here and have no doorpost, perhaps the Sabbath Queen would bless me with her kiss right here.
Stranger, you are too forward with me. I am a betrothed woman.
Again, it seems I must ask your pardon. My name is Asher. Let me congratulate you on your good fortune.
Thank you. I am Rebecca Liebman. This is the grave of my grandfather.
And you invite his spirit to your wedding.
Well, I'm to be married in a week's time.
So soon? Then I must come to your wedding.
Oh, no. I mean, it is bad luck to invite any but your closest relatives. Otherwise, the other spirits will take offense that you have not called them all.
But I am not a spirit. Besides, you mistake me. I did not mean to be a guest at your wedding. And since fortune has made me too late to be the bridegroom, I will be there to do my work.
Are you a musician, then?
No, I am a bodkin, a wedding jester.
Truly, but I have heard of no jesters in Galicia for a long time.
Well, a jester makes his living at happy occasions. Sadly, there has not been much happiness. But that's changed now, is it not?
Yes.
Then you must allow me the honor of entertaining you.
I don't know.
Or perhaps you doubt my abilities. Let me assure you, wherever Asher has traveled, people do not forget him.
I am sure that you are very
Let me ask you this, maiden, and I'd better ask quickly while you are still a maiden.
Oh.
You know, of course, why the groom must step on the glass and break it at the marriage ceremony?
Well, everyone knows that. To remind us of the destruction of the temple, that even in our happiest times, we must not forget our tragedy.
Yes, and even in the saddest times, such as these, we must not neglect our happiness. Still, there are those who say the glass has a different meaning. I was at a wedding once where the groom had trouble breaking the glass. The first time it would not break. The second it rolled away at the last minute. The third it rolled down the stairs and the cantor and the shamus had to fetch it. The fourth time the glass got up and ran out into the street crying, "I'm too young, I'm not ready to be broken."
That's a wicked story.
Yes, but you are laughing. I have done my job well, have I not?
Yes, you have. And you shall perform at my wedding. But it seems so odd to be laughing in a graveyard.
Ah, my dear little one. What else is there to do?
Father?
Rebecca, it's almost time to light the Shabbos candles. Where have you been so long?
I'm sorry, Father. We were talking. I did not notice the time.
You late for Shabbos? I can believe it, Yaakov. Never.
Oh, not Yaakov.
And who is we? Was Zaide answering back?
She means me. Shalom Aleichem, Reb Liebman.
And who is this? God of Abraham, save us from such wickedness, betrothed now and dallying with a stranger.
Father, please, we have done nothing wrong.
You travel on the Sabbath, you almost miss a ceremony, and your wantonness shames me. And you say you have done nothing wrong? By my daughter, your sins are many.
There are those that say we have no need to wage war against sin. but merely purify it until its holiness remains.
Holiness in sin? What are you saying?
All that God created has within it a spark of holiness.
A sinner, an adulterer, and to top it, a cavalier.
Father, please. He is a guest in our house. Usher, there is a cistern outside. You may wash there. Then join us to light the candles.
I thank you. And Reb Liebman, I only said there were those who thought that way. I did not say I did.
A Shabbos guest.
Father, he is a Bagan. We will meet him for my wedding.
Impossible. I will not have frivolity on the occasion in such somber times. The Rebbe has forbidden entertainments in Khmelnytsky. May his name be blotted out.
Father, not only for me, but for the whole shtetl. Oh, it has been so many years. I cannot even think of the last time I heard music. We no longer fear the shadow of the plague. It will soon be spring. My marriage will be the beginning of the new times for us all.
Oh,